yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Hello. Here we are yet again. Diedrich. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. What's up? You're doing Inktober, nice. How am I? I'm alright. I've been sick this week, which is always annoying. But, you know, fine otherwise. I'm always inking. Inktober, Inkvember, Inksember, Inkuary, Inkruary. I don't know how to do March. Inkril. We'll skip March. Inkril. May is also difficult. So is June. Inkly, Inkust, Inkmember, Inktober, but not too much. I'm drawing digitally. My the Twitch chat on my iPad censored out LMAO in your message. I like how even the acronym for laughing my ass off could now be considered potentially offensive. Such vulgarities you're spewing in the chat, Diedrich. Any inky things you'd like to share? Don't have to, of course. Inktober. I always find it funny how it seems like every single month there's some sort of art challenge. Like last month everyone was doing blobs. Everyone was making blob thingies. I'm sure November is going to be some other thing. Inktober guidelines. "31 days, 31 drawings." I don't know, I can't. I go too slow to do one a day. I suppose I could shrink the size down and not do such excessive stippling things. But what's the fun in that? Oh no, I suck so bad, bro. Inktober's teach me that I both can't draw and don't have any consistency. Fair enough, fair enough. I do kind of wish I enjoyed making art that went a little faster than this stuff. But alas, here we are, making too many fine lines and then putting dots all over it. Not yet, but eventually. I'm also considering coloring this in. Could be crazy though. Could be a little crazy. First time drawing perspective. For some reason I thought 3 vanishing points. All right, let's get started with 3-point perspective immediately. 1-point perspective, nah, it's boring. 2 points, nah. 3 points, now we're talking. Yeah, as you start adding vanishing points, the more vanishing points, like the more of a mind fuck it becomes. Cause maybe I should start doing that. Maybe I'll start doing this kind of stuff in like 7 vanishing points. 7-point perspective. Now, so you decided to do boots with 3-point perspective. Good luck, I say. Good luck to you, sir. Yeah, I would have no idea where to get started with that either. Unless you made the boots like Minecraft blocky style, you could do that. If something isn't blocks or squares or rectangles or simple shapes, just make the object out of simple shapes. It's the prompt I didn't choose. One of them had to fold too. See, but now these parts, these are things you are deciding. You're in full control of that aspect. As far as my understanding is. It's just the subject that the prompt dictates, right? Why do I do this to myself? Yeah, you know, every time I do crazy stippling things, I always ask myself that same question. Because we want a challenge. What fun is it doing an easy thing over and over again? Gotta spice it up a little bit. Spice must flow. Same reason people play like Souls games. Torture themselves a little bit. Just throw themselves at a wall over and over again until one day they jump over it. Clear that wall. Gonna start giving motivational speeches like Pirate Software. Humans really do have this sadomasochistic tendency they can't get rid of. It's true. It's true. Unavoidable pain and suffering. Overwhelming and collective murder. It is a curse upon the landscape. But yeah, they do really like their no pain, no gain concepts. I like that I say they, as though I am no human. Filthy humans. They know not what they do. You can really look at any period of history, and even now, the entertainment is watching others suffer. Yep, that is true. Very true. All the reality TV stuff. Celebrity rehab. All that Survivor crap. So much other types of things. Acting like we're evolving. Yeah, that's always the funny part. We've come so far. We've learned so much and have acted upon this. While we just, with each new technological and educational advance, we recreate the exact same structure and experiences, but with different packaging. and different delivery mechanisms. Squid Game, Mr. Beast. Watching artists stream on Twitch. Not gonna lie, it's less violent. There must be some evolution. I mean, you know, perhaps. Or maybe not evolution, but incremental progress. Which, when I say that out loud, I then start asking, what is the difference between incremental progress and evolution? And I don't know. Probably none. Yeah, evolution on a societal level. Maybe. Humans still have a problem with leadership and hierarchical structures and deity / monarchy / celebrity worship. In that regard, I think we just keep recreating the exact same thing over and over again. But there is technically less violence. Technically. Yeah, technically, because I don't know if someone in a country in a war situation. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to get at with that. Technically. As a whole of humanity, total numbers are down per capita in terms of violence. Of course, there's also a large aspect of we have transferred what used to be physical violence into what I would say is economic violence. also called capitalism. Exactly. Western liberal democracies. Or I wouldn't call them democracies. I'd call them Western liberal representative something. Republic, maybe. Representative republics. It's quite sad how a lot of the system and a lot of people seem to be under the belief that the success and proliferation of others replace whatever it is you want with where others goes. Success and proliferation of others somehow means something has been taken away from you. And you're able to have less because someone else succeeded. We can't have these non-Westerners succeeding. Then we won't be number one. Yeah, the vision of success is fucked up. Actually, the true meaning of success is not really having to work because you leverage your stored capital in order to get others to make money for you. And you cheap out as much as possible on the wages of those that enable you to generate wealth by doing nothing yourself. But yes, also slaving away for 8 hours, having cash monies. People seem to like that concept for some reason. Cash rules everything around me. I swear my boots are looking decent. I don't know how. Very nice. It's the power of 3-point perspective. No, I don't know. You probably just drew some decent boots. Probably realize in 10 minutes that it sucks. Hey, you know, that's how it goes with art a lot. It's a battle with back and forths. Definitely when I'm making stuff all the time, it's like, I don't really like this. It's like, oh, actually, keep working. Oh, actually, it's kind of okay. Keep working. Oh, actually, this sucks. Never mind. Then when you get like 90% of the way there, it's okay. I approve. Or I disapprove. It didn't take to, you already hate it. I realized I was looking at someone else's drawings of a boot. Never mind, this sucks actually. I hate it. I'm iffy on this thing myself. It's gonna greatly depend on what happens here and here. This is my drawing of a boot. It's an exploded view of a boot. Maybe that's what I'll start, just doing these crazy whatever abstract things and then just call them the boot study number 4. Still life flowers number 17. Alright, I think it's time. I think it's time to turn on some Art Bell. That's not what abstract artists did all that time? I mean, yeah, there's definitely some that did that. And then the art critics, oh yes, this is a beautiful deconstruction of what it truly means to be a boot. Like, where does a boot end and where does a boot begin? What truly is the concept of a boot? And we must, as we look upon this piece, we must divest ourselves of our built-in societal programming around the concept of boot. That would be funny. Oh god, listen to this fucking pretentious ass abstract artist sniffing his own farts, thinking people would want to watch him do that live on stream. But really, at what point does a thing become a boot? When does it gain that title? And what if the viewer comes from a structure and a societal background that has no boots? Can you explain what a boot is to someone that has never conceived of a boot? Oh, God. Art people. The worst. It's a high shoe. But what about Converse high tops? That's a pretty high shoe. Is it a boot? They're high top sneakers. Oh, yeah. Words. Cue the darkest quote. Words are not wording today, guys. And on that note, perhaps it's time for some Art Bell Ghost to Ghost.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, wait, I wanted to pitch this down.
Call from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Canada, yes, sir.
See you.
I gotta restart. Gotta reload.
Stories tonight. That's it.
Got one to tell? Good one?
There.
Fine. All other matters are verboten. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
Call from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Canada, yes, sir.
See you on CJOB here.
Right.
Anyways, I don't know if I met a ghost or a time traveler, but this is one freaky tale, let me tell you.
Well, just sort of lay it out for me real quickly if you can, and I'll try and make a judgment.
Every summer I go and I live in a tent in a campground. One night I'm sitting there listening to a football game. This guy rides up on an old Indian motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
He had skin that looked like leather. He had Texas plates on his bike.
Yeah, a lot of them in Texas look like that.
He had two stickers on the fender skirts. One said America, land of the free, as long as you do what you're told. The other one had a picture of Mount Rushmore and a picture of Reagan smiling with a tooth that was sparkling. And it said, don't believe any of them. Anyways, we're sitting there talking. I gave the guy supper.
If you're going to give me this kind of detail all the way through, we don't have enough show to do this.
Okay, anyways, we get talking and comparing countries, this and that. Told me that they never really did land on the moon.
Americans never landed on the moon.
He said that.
Uh-huh.
He said, not only that, he said Apollo 13 didn't happen the way it said. There was no accident in space. I asked him why this would happen. They said, he said the country's morale was down, Vietnam War. He said, if you look at when they came back to the planet, the whole world stopped, sat on their seat, on the edge of their seat, and held their breath.
Mm-hmm.
Said they done it for financing, they done it for the morale of the country. Anyways, he went on and on. I asked him what he done. He told me he was a history teacher, and he kind of grinned and gave a belly laugh. He started telling me all these tales. And sometime I got up, went to use the outhouse that was about 200 feet from my tent. I came back, he was gone. I never heard the bike. I asked my neighbor beside me. He never seen the guy all night. Nobody in the campground seen this guy.
So you think that he was the ghost of America? Really?
I don't know.
Teaching you history the way it really was versus the present matrix that we all live in, right?
I don't know if he was a ghost or a time traveler or what he was. I went
Well, yeah, see, it's close enough. I'll accept that. That's a fair medium call. Ghost or time traveler, who knows? Matrix traveler, how about that? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, sir. Oh, man, I'm glad I made it there. Yeah, I'd like to speak to Mr. Art Bell.
This is Mr. Art Bell.
Hi, sir. How are you?
What can I do for you? Do you have a ghost story?
Yes, I do. I guess it was about
This one's gonna be good.
93. I was standing, I was in a 7-Eleven. There was just 3 people in this 7-Eleven store, me and 2 people. 2 people came in front of me and they were going through the yard, you know, where the milk and the soda pops are.
Yeah.
And,
generally, yes.
Anyway,
Up against the wall, usually.
but anyway, these 2 people looked kind of, they were dressed in rag clothes. And they were just a few feet in front of me. And all of a sudden, I heard his voice out of nowhere. It says only...
Don't do drugs and call into the Art Bell show,
I was
folks.
looking around and there was nobody there that said that. And
Maybe it was a voice in your own head.
yeah, only
And
fools
that's
pay.
what it was. Only fools pay. Trying to talk you into copping a soda pop or God knows what else. See?
Diedrich, we are listening to an old episode of the Art Bell radio program called Coast to Coast, which was he was a U.S. based like late night radio talk show person, and it always focused on like crazy ass conspiracy shit and aliens, ghosts, weird shit like that. And every now and then he'll do call-in shows. And people call it and tell him crazy stories. But around Halloween time, he always does Ghost to Ghost, where people call in and tell ghost stories that allegedly happened to them. Ooh, spooky. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people outside of the U.S. didn't hear of him. Maybe some did, I don't know.
Could have been your own inner voice tempting you. You know, the little guy that sits over on the... does he sit on the bad one, sit on the right or the left? Then there's a good one. But the good one doesn't get to speak up that much.
When did Art Bell die? Probably like 2016, maybe? 2018.
Bud and run.
So yeah, he was probably doing it
Caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
up through 2018 then.
Hello, Mr. Art. This is Frank. I'm calling from Orlando, and I'm listening to you on the internet.
Yes, Frank.
This is quite a few years ago. I was actually pretty young, about 6 years old, 6 or 7. I lived in Long Island at the time.
and I had an appearance of some type of apparition in my bedroom window. Stays with me today. I remember it as just like it happened yesterday. What do you remember it looked like?
It was a definite female, a woman that appeared to be in her 30s. I remember that it was generally all one color, like a greenish or grayish color. And the best description that I can give of her, I could actually see an emotion on her face. It appeared that she looked at me with compassion. If I was to see it today, I wouldn't be frightened. But then I ran out of my room screaming. And I never told anybody about this until about the age of 25. I was mentioning it to my sister. At that point, she told me that she had also seen the same thing in our house.
Oh, no kidding. So
No kidding.
whatever it was then was in the area of your house, and not just visiting you in particular, but...
I would imagine, it was not something that I saw all the time. It was just a one-time deal. My parents never mentioned anything of it, but we did move out of that house about a year afterwards, and the people who purchased the house from us moved out about 2 months afterwards. Now, I don't know if that's related or not, but...
I don't suppose when you sold that house that you disclosed to this happy little honeymooning couple that was going to get it next, that there was an entity in there that would tend to show up by your bed in your window at night.
Well, at the time,
I've also pitched down and slowed the audio a bit.
contact to give that information, but
Normally it sounds like
Mommy,
this.
you've got to tell them.
Well, actually, I have a grandmother who was babysitting that evening, and she does remember me running out of my room screaming. But,
Oh, yeah. All right. I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you, and take care.
But all things sound better slower.
Well, what do we know about this? We know that ghosts, particularly those produced by suicides, especially suicides, and that is worrisome, seem to hang around the place where they...
Not a Nightcore fan, I see.
So I suppose, had you had a chance to, check into it a little bit, you might have found...
It's fun to slow it down.
Somebody may have
So
done
that it's
themselves
pitched normally.
property somewhere. These days, you've got to disclose that kind of thing when you sell a house. But you and I all know, we both know, don't we, that you would never disclose that, would you? And oh, by the way, you're buying an entity as well. It's in the house here. No, you're not likely to say that, are you? So, I wonder how frequently such a thing is invoked. I suppose when there's an official prior history of haunting. Now, how would you establish that? Well, newspaper articles, perhaps? I can see an attorney using that. You see, there was publicity about this house. Everybody knows there was something wrong, very, very wrong in this house. A newspaper story like that. So who would want to have one about their house, right? Nobody. Then you couldn't sell it without disclosing what was really going on inside. I'm Art Bell. This is Ghost to Ghost AM.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
Looking for a substance deal. He was in a bag, but he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal.
when he came across this young man sewing on a fiddle and playing it hot. And the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and says, boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it, but I am a fiddle player too. And if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now, you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul because I think I'm better than you. The boy said, my name's John.
Was she human? I have a way of knowing things. And I know this. If you have a really good ghost story, and you don't try to get through tonight, something really awful is going to happen to you. This has burdened you long enough. This is your opportunity for release by telling your story. And if you don't, it's not my responsibility. You've been warned. On the first time caller line, you're on the air.
How you doing, Art?
Well, so far so good.
Before I tell you, can I ask you a question?
Possibly.
Do you know what lineage the Vikings were?
No.
I don't either, so I guess it's not going to help. But anyway, I don't really believe in ghost art, but I do believe in demonic manifestations. I believe there's familiar spirits which pose as people that we've known, which are actually demonic manifestations.
That is a really conservative religious viewpoint, isn't it?
Right. And I believe there's non-specific demonic manifestations.
And you believe they're all, everything that would be that explains the millions of stories we can get on this program and elsewhere, and photographs, all of it is explained by the devil.
Well, yes, because the Bible points it out about familiar spirits, and of course...
And so, all right, fine. We'll go with what you believe your category to be.
But that doesn't mean... But I also believe that it...
I'm not going to argue it with you. You believe it. I've no...
Right.
You know, fine, believe it. Just tell me, have you had an encounter with an evil, demonic spirit?
Absolutely. But let me just say that I believe that they could be interdimensional beings, too. That doesn't... because that's separate entities.
So you're a little open-minded.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Sure.
Go ahead, tell your story.
Now, this comes with a parallel, too. Me and a friend both had this same experience at different times. It's pretty wild. Not only did we have the same experience, we had been friends for several years, and then all of a sudden we found out, while he was retracing his roots, that we had the same grandfather in Ireland, the same great-great-great-great-grandfather in Ireland, which was very weird because we're both from different areas of the country, and we met each other through work. But anyway, what happened one night is I'll get right to the story. I woke up, and what I saw was really, really scary. There was a big entity in my room at the foot of my bed, and it was huge. And it had
It's a mood.
great, huge horns on its head. And I'll get to the clincher of this in a minute. But it had great horns on its head, and it had red eyes, bright red eyes, and it was just standing there in my doorway.
Hate red eyes. Hate red eyes.
Right.
It was always fun to listen to this at like
Of course. And I'm
midnight, 1 in the morning
I believe in the Bible, and I believe in Christianity, but I'm not a
on AM radio.
Christian. But nevertheless, I said, in the name of Jesus, be gone. and the entity walked back through the door and faded away.
All right. You know, and I've heard this a million times.
Well, here's the
I
thing.
mean,
You get the full spectrum of
It's much more to this.
I was just going to say, though,
unhinged
and this
people.
will argue a little bit with your belief system, I know. But you might as well have said, in the name of Art Bell, the paranormal talk show host, be gone.
Well, that might have scared him too.
It might have, and it certainly would have told us a lot. Now, somebody out there should try. Now, I'm not going to be responsible for any lawsuit for any bloody popes just sort of lingering and soaking into the bed that are left after this is tried.
But there's a great other part of this story, though.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Me and my friend, we practice coffee drinking at restaurants late at night, talking about things, including your show.
Yes.
We like to talk about your show over coffee. But anyway, I told him about that experience one night. I told him, and he says, well, I had the same experience, the same thing.
Yeah.
And I said, did it have horns on its head? He said, yeah, and I said, something similar to you said, and it backed down the hallway. I didn't tell him one point of this. I said, well, tell me what it looked like. He said, well, the horns weren't really horns. It was like a Viking cap. And I looked at my friend and said,
Oh, the lineage.
I did not tell you this part about it.
Yeah, the
I
lineage.
said, but that's what it was. It was a Viking cap. I didn't tell him that, but we both had the same experiences. He both said something similar, and his, instead of, just out of the room, his was in the hallway, and it walked down the hallway and disappeared. But it was like a huge Viking.
I'm with you all the way, and I can't think of anything that I would less like to see than something with glowing red eyes. That creeps me out. That always creeps me out. Glowing red eyes, I know, are bad. Very bad. No matter what else, what other form the creature has, the glowing red eyes, oh, they're very bad. And by the way, just so there's no mistake about it, if I ever encountered one of these things and I had to invoke a name to get it gone, you can bet your bottom dollar it wouldn't be my name. You all want to try that, you go right ahead. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Robert, the KFI in Los Angeles.
Yes, sir, the mighty.
I have been haunted by the ghost of a dead cheerleader.
Not as bad as.
Where's Darkus, and why do I miss his presence?
Oh, yes, she died quite recently. She was
I briefly saw his name pop up in chat earlier, but
convicted for,
who knows?
you remember this story?
No, but well, let's see, do I? I do remember, well, anyway, it's not important. Go right ahead.
He's apparently also been sick this week, so...
5 years previously, but I was haunted by her in 19...
So maybe he's not
when I was
pressing so many buttons at the moment.
in formation. There'd be several thousand of us in formation going to tech school, and all of a sudden, the entire formation was called to a halt while all the big NCOs and officers came up to look at me, and I'm standing there wearing a cute little cheerleader outfit with pom-poms in my hand, and the airman behind me is rubbing my behind. And after that, my life was a living heck, and I couldn't understand it. Anyway...
Well, I remember boot camp real well, and people like you, if you were really in that outfit, it's like you went home the next day. That was a ticket home. So there can't possibly be more to this story.
Oh, there's plenty.
Well, there can't be, except to say that in boot camp, a lot of us in our mind's eye saw cheerleaders.
Mm-hmm.
Every day, in fact.
Uh-huh. Well, everybody saw one.
And there wasn't a woman around to be seen.
Anyways, my former commanding officer was Brigadier General Chuck Yeager. Shortly after that, he came down to interview me.
Why?
Because my commanding officer was friends with Yeager, and Yeager came to interview because he heard about it. This is about the time of the comet. This is about the time of the comet in 1973, and about the time Colonel Fox
It never got that weird, sir. Never. Chuck Yeager had a lot of things to do with his time, but interviewing people who had donned cheerleading uniforms in basic training while getting fondled, that would not have been high on his list. I don't buy it, bonk. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Sorry about that. A little slow on the trigger here. I'm not a Canadian, so.
Failed the boots so bad you can't see the perspective.
Must be Air Force.
Terrible. Terrible.
Are you?
I was stationed at Warren Air Force Base the last few months I was in. And since I went retired on active duty, they
Well, that means you just gotta do it again.
in the dormitories. The buildings at F.E. Warren are extremely old. They're from about after the Civil War. And I worked very late at night.
That really is old.
Yeah. Quite a nice base. But as I was sitting there, must have been about 3 in the morning, I had a Buffalo soldier report in. And
A Buffalo soldier.
yeah, full regalia, buckskins,
I am not restarting.
just terrified me.
It is the way.
Came right up to you?
It is the way.
Or not wispy or anything like a ghost, but just solid human?
No, he was solid to me, and then he left. He just disappeared. Vaporized, I guess, would be the best word for it.
In front of your eyes.
In front of my eyes.
This is the part where
About 5 minutes after, everybody in the dormitory knew I'd...
pirate software would give you a long speech about how,
Well,
you tried something and you failed, and you need to take some learnings from this failure in order to
tell everybody in
go into the next time with more knowledge so that you can do even better the next time.
I'm going to go have a little nap, and I'm going to see if I feel better.
Well, I lived across the field from General Blackjack's old house, Blackjack Pershing.
Yes.
And there were reports of lights and stuff in that building, his old house. And I had never...
Learn from your failures.
to me.
Well,
That was amazing.
here's something that I've thought an awful lot about, and that is battlefields.
Not that that's bad advice.
Pile on here, and
It's good advice.
during Vietnam, and a lot of people died, and there are a lot of ghosts on battlefields, and I've been
I'm just not personally too into
a human soul still here on Earth.
positive motivation.
There would be, in my mind, zero righteousness in the world and a very unfair God to take any soldier who had died in defense of his country and keep his soul trapped on Earth.
Yes,
How ultimately unfair would that be?
that would be a terrible, terrible afterlife.
Yeah, exactly right. Thank you very much. Terrible indeed. So, why then are battlefields littered with ghosts? What sort of God would allow that to occur? The only answer you can really hope for here is that indeed it is not the soul, but some other component of what's left of you when your body is gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Anita from Harrisburg, Oregon.
Hi there, Anita.
Hi. I have a kind of a freaky story to tell that happened to me. Actually, we've had several things happen to us in this house. And anyway, my husband and I had just watched a movie. It was the Amityville Horror. And we're getting ready for bed and went and got in. And I started getting this really icky feeling like something evil was in the room with me.
Yes.
And my husband had gone to sleep, and we had our 1-year-old son in the same room, and he started fussing and fell down, and I was starting to doze off. Every time I doze off, I jump awake, like something kept bothering me, or and I had this real evil feeling. And about 3 o'clock in the morning, I had dozed off, and I jumped awake again because it felt like something had taken a finger and run across my feet at the end of the bed, and I heard a hiss. It was a hiss.
And you don't have cats?
No, we didn't have any cats.
Hisses are really bad.
Yeah, but I had the light on all night. I was laying there on my back, so I could see all around the sides of me, and anyway, I was so scared, I didn't know what to do, so I said, just said a quick prayer, and that feeling went away, and was finally my
and
son,
whatever it was went away.
Yeah, it did, and my son settled down, and I settled down, and we slept the rest of the night, and...
Well, I guess...
What a coincidence. I watched a scary movie...
The power of God is the...
with a very similar premise
the Lord's name.
to the things I started experiencing
Really drive
that evening.
away, or is it just the command, your mental command to be gone?
Yeah, but before that, my husband had seen a big figure in our doorway of the bedroom. He just saw the form of it. And
these are real people. These are real people that call into this show. Whether or not they're telling the truth, that's a whole other thing. But
and he goes, what?
These are actual people
Says, I want you.
calling into this radio show.
And he just laid there. He was just frozen. And then I woke up too, and he was just drenched in sweat.
My God, you mean you both saw him, or when you awoke, you saw him drenched in sweat, huh?
Yeah, he was all freaked out, and
that's interesting because I've never heard of anybody coming back from I Want You.
Yeah, I know. Well, we moved into this house. We had to clean it out, and upstairs there were stacks and stacks of witchcraft books, and we kind of think that had something to do with it.
Do you know anything about the former tenants?
Not really. Just that they weren't very clean. We had to clean up the whole house.
And they obviously had a big interest in witchcraft.
Oh yeah. Big interest, and even my kids, when they were little, they slept up in that room where we cleaned the books out of, and my oldest son said he would see, well, he described them as white ladies dancing in the closet, and he said that they made kind of a growling sound.
Growling?
Yeah. Yeah, so we've had a lot of weird stuff happen here, but...
That's another thing that would be really upsetting to me, would be a female growling.
Yeah, yeah, and my older daughter had seen him too, at the same time. So
Women cannot growl.
Serious.
That's
must not be done.
You have like two people, two witnesses, two family members who see the same thing at the same time. If that really happens, time to move out.
Well, actually, we had a house fire, and it burned the whole upstairs.
You're kidding.
Scorched it.
Did it really?
Yeah, and so my husband remodeled the whole house, and we tore the whole top of the house off completely. And ever since then, we have not had anything happen here in this house.
Well, I wonder, yeah, but what does that say?
I don't know. That's really, that's another thing that's I found really strange because, after the house fire, we rebuild the house, and then nothing happens again.
So you burned the ghost out, or the ghost burned itself out. And what caused the fire? Do you know?
Well, they think it was an extension cord, but they're not sure.
Yeah, that's almost as good as swamp gas for UFOs.
This house was built in 1940, so lots of things could have happened here.
But see, that sort of seems to say that whatever it was locked into that physical place, that physical building.
Uh-huh.
And so what in the world do you suppose happened to it when it burned?
I don't know. That's what I've always wondered. That's had me puzzled because, we were having so many weird things happen here, and then all of a sudden it's gone.
Well, a lot of people in the audience scoff at this kind of thing, and they say, baloney. Stories, made-up stories. Not made up, is it?
No, none of it.
I appreciate your call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care. No, not made up. Unfortunately, these things are real. I wish that we understood more about them. And try as we might, it seems nearly impossible to achieve that. Once again, you might take a glance at my webcam photo tonight when you get a chance. It was my in the movie photo. Well, let's see what lurks upon the wild card line. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Extinguish your radio.
I did.
Do you have a ghost story for us?
I certainly do, sir.
Let her
I have. Okay. So, I was in my house in Plymouth, New Hampshire, where I actually rented the apartment above an accounting office. And, one night at about 10 o'clock at night, all of a sudden I heard some loud noise, which sounded like somebody was down there slamming one of the doors. Then I heard what sounded like somebody going into a file cabinet and just ripping through the files, like you could just hear papers flying through.
Yep.
And then, and I was scared. I said, I yelled down to it. I said, who's down there? And I said, I have a gun up here. And no response, just started tearing through them even more. So I went and I called the local police. They showed up in 3 minutes. The noise stopped pretty much right as they showed up. I went out and, greeted them, and they were like, well, what's going on? And they went and they checked all the doors to make sure nobody had broken in. And then, sure enough, they said, oh, there's nobody in there. They shined their lights in there, whatever, and they left. Well, the next morning, later that night, I heard nothing.
I have a gun.
But then, the next...
It's the solution to all problems, Dietrich.
I went down and
Guns.
said to her, this was my landlord. I said, I have to tell you, I called the police last night. I thought someone had broken in and been going through your files. She's like, well, nothing's out of order. And she's like, that's really weird because I couldn't tell. It felt like somebody was holding the door when I tried to come in this morning.
Oh, really?
Is this our bell?
Yo, of course it is, yes.
Yes, okay.
Like somebody was holding the door and she couldn't get in?
Yes, sir.
While all this was obviously going on, huh?
Yes, and then she went around the front, unlocked it, and went in, and went back to that back door, and that door was unlocked, and no one was there. And I was looking out every window in that house to make sure that nobody came running out of there because it is a college town.
I've got to go at that point. Thank you. This is Ghost to Ghost AM. Do you? Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and tonight we're telling only ghost stories. That's all we're doing. Ghost stories. If you don't have a ghost story, don't call. And it better be a good one, too. And we're only taking quality ghost photographs sent to my esteemed webmaster. If you have a ghost photograph that just won't quit, not smoke, not, camera straps or anything like that, we want the real McCoy. Send it to webmaster@artbell.com, and we will post it tonight during the program. You can go look at them. By the way, I've got my own webcam. Remember when you were a kid? Well, wait till you see what the results are with me earlier tonight on my webcam. It says volumes about my mood. I look at my own webcam picture and it scares me. I did that myself. I look at that and I go, oh my God, what's in me? Maybe that's a good question. What's in me? You take a look at that. Do I have my evil side? God, I look terrible. Absolutely terrible. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Glad to have you back, Art.
Oh, thank you.
My name is Andrew. I'm in Castro Valley, California.
Oh, yes.
Listen, I have a story that took place in 1980. I was a sophomore in high school. I don't know if you know where the town of Auburn, California is.
I do indeed. Oh, yes.
Well, I went to high school in Auburn there. The high school was previously a university that my father attended. Just about a half a mile away, there was the Auburn Courthouse. Very famous building, huge. And it had been abandoned for at least 40 years. Right after the war, they stopped using it and moved the courthouses to a more modern building. And I was an aspiring filmmaker in those days in high school, and so I managed to get permission from the county clerk to go in and do an amateur film in there, and I got the keys, and I went into the place with 2 or 3 friends of mine.
This was going to be what? Just some historical film?
No, this was just going to be kind of a romp, kind of a fantasy little thing. I didn't quite have it worked out. We were kind of winging it as far as the film goes.
Yeah.
But it was just an interesting background once I got in there. I had no idea what I was in for as far as the story goes. And the architecture, too, was pretty amazing. We got inside the place. If you can imagine, just a huge box, basically, made of stone, 3 stories high. And then on top of that was a giant rotund, much like a Capitol building rotund.
Oh, yes.
And on top of that was a little miniature rotund where you could get up kind of the crow's nest.
No, I can picture it. I've seen the buildings.
Okay. Well, we got in there, and the whole downstairs was all marble. I think it had been redone in the 20s in kind of Art Deco style. And there was dust and cobwebs everywhere. And we started setting up our equipment and looking around, and mostly we were using the film as an excuse to goof off, because it was just such a tremendously interesting playground, and to have the keys to this place, I felt like I was getting away with something. But we started hearing banging noises coming from the upper floors. And we hadn't been up there yet, so we didn't know if anyone was in the building or not. Mm-hmm. And so we went up and checked it out. 2 of us did, and we had our girlfriends there. They stayed downstairs. They didn't want to go up. and there was no one there. So we came back down. We looked in all the courtrooms, and believe me, the courtrooms were lavish. You know, dark varnished wood.
Oh, even modern courtrooms are that way, and all through the South they stay that way. I mean, they're really old, as you point out, heavy wood, carved wood. You really have the feeling of old, sure.
Oh yeah, it was beautiful. And in the downstairs there were safes. There were these enormous safes with brass and steel and iron, and they were just open, several of them. And so we filmed some footage down there, and this banging continued. And so then we, after having found out that no one was in the building, the banging persisted, and we started really getting nervous. And yet at the same time, we were intrigued. We wanted to see something almost, you know. We wanted to go up and have some experience, I guess, at that age. And so we kind of sneaked up there and looked around, and there was, again, no one there, nothing there. The electricity was on, so we could work the lights. And we came back downstairs, and I noticed that all my papers, my script in my little folder was not on the bench where I left it. And I was looking around for it. Maybe I left it over where the safes are or somewhere else. And so I searched for it, couldn't find it, and then went back upstairs carrying all the equipment with us. And I noticed that, of all things, my camera
Finished the boots, eh?
was gone. Someone had actually
Nice.
unsnapped it off the camera, the movie camera, and it was missing.
Yes.
So we carried everything up into this gigantic courtroom, and lo and behold, on top of the bench, on top of the judge's table or desk, there was my book and the camera strap neatly folded across it. And you know, there was only 4 of us. The girls were really reluctant to come upstairs at all, and so there was me and my friend. And I would have noticed if either of us had been carrying the book or the camera strap. And I went back down and asked the girls, you know, how did the camera strap get off of the camera? And they said, oh, we don't know. We've just been sitting here the whole time. They were down there, you know, having sodas and eating food or whatever. And so I'm like, okay. So we went back upstairs, and we had turned off all the lights.
They look like a good artist put a good 4 minutes on this drawing.
Filming in the dark, you know, with
Which is a win, I guess.
coming in through the windows.
Sure, yeah.
Well, you know,
Better than having no drawing of boots.
All right, go ahead.
okay, so we go back upstairs, and
Better than
one courtroom is
looking like a shitty artist put a good 4 minutes into the
who
drawing.
knows? My friend could have gone back up there and turned it on, whatever.
Sure.
So we're in the courtroom, the light is on, I'm filming a little footage, and then the banging happens again. So all of us go downstairs, and the girls want to leave. They don't want any part of it now. They're scared because we've already told them there's no one here.
Proving again, girls are smarter than boys.
pretty much true. And but you know, adventure kicks in, and so we really wanted to know what was happening.
What you call adventure is actually
Interesting. In the episode we were listening to yesterday, Art was saying
control.
it's
Anyway,
always
fine.
the girl that does the stupid, like, hears a sound and then goes upstairs to see what it was.
Over. So being studious individuals.
Of course, that's in the context of horror films, but
And
still.
on the downstairs floor, there were cells, holding cells.
It lacks consistency.
That's right. There would be cells, wouldn't there, in a old courthouse?
Well, there sure were, and a couple of them had doors at both ends. They were like long, narrow cells with a door at one end, iron bar grates, and a door at the other end. Well, we went inside one of these cells, made sure that it couldn't lock. There was no lock on it. And the other end was wide open. We walked in. The door behind us slammed shut for no apparent reason. And so
Send it. Send it away, Diedrich.
And go out the other end.
Yep.
Before it slammed shut.
By the way, I mean to me.
Terrified at that point.
And so you made a dash for the other
We
side.
made a dash for the other side. We got out and entered into a different part of the courthouse. Circled back around to where we started.
I think you can probably just direct message it on Discord.
Well, no, we didn't go back into the cell. At this point, it had become
I think
like
that's a
we were
thing.
just waiting to see what the next thing was that was going to happen. And we couldn't let it go. I mean, we weren't seeing anything. We weren't hearing voices or anything. We were just convinced that somebody's playing with us.
Yeah, well, these kind of games in the movies end up with dismembered bodies. Anyway, anything else?
Well, there was one final punctuation that...
Oh, come on. You've been talking like these boots are horrific and a travesty of art.
Probably 2 o'clock in
Those are totally good-looking boots there.
the building. There were 4 statues, and they were the typical statue of justice holding the scales and the sword.
Gotcha.
Except they weren't blindfolded. They just had their eyes closed.
I know my boots would be
On the
much worse.
points of the
Much worse.
we were approaching the building.
But nice. Nice stuff.
Aaron and myself. We looked up. We were just about to go in the front door. I had the keys in my hand. We looked up at the statue, and her eyes were open. And then they closed.
And they closed while you watched?
Closed while we watched. And we looked at each other, and we looked
I don't know. I mean,
back up at the statue because we both
speed in the context of art. It's like,
eyes were shut.
who cares? I mean, sure, it's nice if you can crank stuff out quick, but
Some story, all right. Thank you very much.
you know.
Here. Yeah, you know. When you...
It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. 'Cause in the end, other people just see the final thing.
I bought the whole thing, and the only thing that could have caused me to reject that entire story would be if they'd have, climbed up to investigate the statue or gone in the house. That would have been too much for me, but I'll buy what he gave. That wasn't bad. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Hello, are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking.
I also go super slow at art.
Long Island.
Super slow.
This is Russ. This is my first time call, and I have something that happened to me when I was 4. I'm 47 now, and what happened was I was running around the house after my sister. My sister was 8, I was 4, and I couldn't catch up to her. And she ran down the basement stairs. I ran down there after her. And she's running around the basement.
I like this guy's act.
I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah, we went down the basement stairs there. I ran after her.
The basement, I saw the basement door open.
The
And
door open.
found the heck with it, and I ran up the basement steps to go outside. And when I got to the top of the steps, I noticed my sister was in the backyard playing. And I looked down the stairs and I said, well, she's out there playing, then who's laughing downstairs? But, at 4 years old, who really, thinks of anything scary?
Yeah, of course not. You don't.
So then I just went outside and I continued to play. That was the first thing that happened. Then as I got older, my father would yell up the stairs at me and wake me up around 2 o'clock in the morning and say, "What are you doing up there? Get to sleep." So I said, "You just woke me up."
So something was going on around.
He said he heard walking around. He says, "You're walking around up there." I said, "I'm not walking.
I'm walking here. I'm walking.
So now years go by, and I'm in the kitchen, and he's in bed sleeping, and my brother is upstairs sleeping now in that room, and and I heard walking around, and I went by the stairs, and I says, "Jimmy, what are you doing? What are you doing?" So I went upstairs, and my brother was sound asleep.
New Yorkers.
So I got a chill one up my back, and I said, "Geez, this is what my father's been hearing all these years, you know?"
There you are.
And so that's been going on for, that happened, that went on for quite a few years.
Have you ever seen anything?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Scared the hell out of me, too. I was around 15, I would think. And we had a whole, we had company over the house. It was a party for some reason. I don't know what it was. But anyway, there was a lot of people in the house. And I was coming out of the bathroom. And directly across from the bathroom is my mother's bedroom. My parents' bedroom. And so as I opened the door to...
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, I also like the cute little frog peeking his head out of the boots.
At the edge of the bed in a long white gown. I couldn't make the face out, but she was, it was just beautiful. That's all I can remember. It was just beautiful. And I went into the kitchen and I said to my mother, I says, who's the lady inside in the bedroom with a long white gown on?
This sometimes could be a really bad thing to go tell Mom.
Well, she
anyway.
Yeah. She said,
So I says to her, I says, hey, Ma.
Yeah, she says, no, there's nobody here, and there's no one in the house with a long white gown on. So I says, I'm telling you, there's someone in your bedroom there. She's standing there at the edge of the bed, and she's looking...
Wait, did he say I says?
And, standing there at the edge of the white gown on. So I says, I'm telling you this.
He did, he said I says.
Standing there at the edge of the bed, and she's looking out towards the hallway. And,
so I says to her, I says,
in there, and
Ma, there's someone walking here.
Whenever I went past her door, I would never look in, thank you. But, because I did not want to see that woman again. Then there was one time where I came home from work pretty late, and I walked in the house, and it was dark, and I said, Ma, I said, you home? Because I heard the TV on in the den, and she always kept the lights out. She just kept the den lights on, and sure, with the TV on. So she goes, I'm home. So I said, okay. I walked inside, and I walked in the den, and there was no damn TV on, and there was nobody home. So I flew out the door. I mean, I got these chills that went crazy. I just, shot out that door. Then I was sleeping, and I woke up.
We don't have a lot of time now, so...
Okay. All right. I was sleeping in my room, and the whole light was on. This is when I was just a kid, and I looked over towards the doorway, and there were two dark figures standing out my doorway. I don't know what they were, but they had these, they were shadows, and they had hats on, and they were I would say about 3 feet tall.
Oh, we know what they are.
And,
we know what they are.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you something, Art.
Do we?
They were standing outside my door, and then I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I said, I'm fully awake here. I was rubbing my eyes. I said, what the heck is that? And I looked over again, And now they were in the door. They were about a foot inside the door. So I just laid down straight. I could not believe what I was seeing. I just wouldn't, I just would not believe that there was something in the room. And with that, something grabbed my feet, and I shot up through the covers, and I went for the light, and I put it on, and there was nothing in the room.
Yeah,
So
physically grabbing your feet.
Something grabbed my feet.
Now that would scare the hell out of you. I agree with you. Thank you very much. Bad enough to see things, hear things, walking about, and then see things. But the line is drawn at the grabbing of the feet. If something physically yanks on you, that means it's strong enough to have manifested itself physically in this world, and if it wants you, it's going to have you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Hi. I'm from Indiana. I'm private in the U.S. military Army.
Oh?
And my sister had a story quite like the females before. But, I had just a little bit to add to that myself because I had one of the experiences somewhat in the same time. And we were young living in an Army base out in Fort Meade, Maryland. And my sister was up all night frequently, and she was always scared, and she was always running to the bathroom, and we just thought she was having bad dreams. Well, what the young lady had described earlier was exactly what my sister was talking to us about, and still continues to talk to us to this day. Something was literally scratching at her feet and grabbing at her feet, and she would run into the bathroom, shut the door, and just cry her eyes out. Now, during that time, I was also having things waking me up by breathing up in my face, and it would scare me so much that it would wake me up.
Right in your face?
Right in my face, and it just scared me completely, and Mom did not know what was going on with her kids. Now, at one time, I had felt something actually grab me, and I thought I was sleeping, I thought it was a dream, and to this day it still feels like a dream, but I don't know, you tell me, but it almost felt like I was lifting up out of my bed and floating down the hallway, but it still, to me, it seems like a dream. But it
might have been an out-of-body, but when things physically grab at you, it's getting real serious. Because if they want you, they got you.
I hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears only whispers of some conversation.
All from you. They better be good ones. Ghost photographs to be directed to webmaster at artbell.com. Travis in Belfair, Washington asks, Art, have you ever considered doing a show in a haunted house for an episode of Ghost to Ghost?
I never dreamed that
I might, and I might not. I don't know. If I did it, I would want to go to a real haunted house, and there really are haunted houses. But then I have to ask myself, it would be in the middle of the night, like now, and would I really actually want to do a show from there? And the real, actual answer might be no. I'm not so sure I would. I might. I know one thing for damn sure, I wouldn't do it alone. So my wife, at the very least, would have to come along. I think I heard, I don't think so, from the other room, or something even worse. So would I do it alone? No, I wouldn't. West of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Cheers. Art, cheers. How you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm calling you from San Diego, listening to you on KOGO. That'll be the one. Yeah, Padres won tonight. Go Padres. But, yeah, I'm JD, and I talked to you one time before, I think. I'm the guy with, I'm really into the summer and time thing, too. Trying to bring it to stage, but before we get into ghost story, now you got it. You gotta go right to the ghost story. Well, this has to do with the ghost, because Summer and Time was really not that Mackinac Hotel. Yes, it was actually down near you. Yeah, Hotel Bell. I know all about that. And that's it's a haunted hotel. They have a room shut down, but that's not my story. I am from Hollywood originally, and when I was about 20, I'm 34 now. The girlfriend of mine had a very successful father who bought a mansion up in the Hollywood Hills, and it had been empty for about, I don't know, 8 to 10 years or so, whatever. And the first night he bought it, he was very excited. He told his daughter, and we went to go check it out, and it had a pool. And I'm a swimmer guy, from Hollywood. Anyway, it was a really creepy pool because all the plants and everything had kind of overgrown, and it was a black bottom pool. But it was nighttime, and I took a dive in, and I'm a great swimmer. It was a hot summer night. It was in August. Young and stupid and in Hollywood. Yeah, I was. And it gets worse. But so I dive in, and when I was under the water, I just got this panic feeling that something was wrong. And I got up and I got right out of the pool, and I said, something's weird about that pool. So time passes. The gentleman whose house it was moved in, and he went away. He's got schools in London and Hollywood and New York, so he went away, and he didn't like me seeing his daughter, so I was not allowed at the house for... Anyway, he was in London for 2 weeks, supposedly, so I went over. Good time to see daughter. Yeah, so I went over, and I brought my Ouija board, which I'd been messing around with I know. So we Ouija'd there, and we got a hold of, and I'd been familiar with it. She wasn't that familiar, and she thought it was being pushed, but it was these two little boys called Seth and Steve. You mean that we're giving you messages on the Ouija board? Yeah, for real. Now, let me guess. The Ouija board probably said, "Come on in, the water's great." No, that was Art Bell on East and West of the Rockies. No, they were 4 years old and 7. And the 4-year-old absolutely despised me. He didn't even know how to spell. He knew how to say like a few curse words. I got you. But anyway, moving on. This 4-year-old, I mean, really despised. And my hair was standing up on my arms. I was like, I don't like this. Weird. So there were these two boys, and then the older one, who was 7 years old, explained that when somebody lived there about 12 years ago, they were not supposed to be hanging out there, but there was a very high wall on the other side of the pool. And they went, and the little 4-year-old fell, and the 7-year-old jumped in to save him, and the 4-year-old dragged him under. They both drowned. So they told us this on the Ouija board. So the next day, the girl's sister came over to the house to hang out by the pool, and we were all out by the pool. She wasn't going to tell her dad either. And she said, "Hey, Amy, did you know that 2 little boys drowned in this pool? And that's why it stood
vacant for so long. And we looked at each other. We didn't tell her. So then here, I've never broken a bone in my body or ever once, and I still haven't to this day. But the dad, all of a sudden, the next day, comes home from his, London trip 13 days early. It's like he went there and turned around. And he shows up and found me there, and we were up in his master bedroom, just, it was not pretty. Anyway, threw me out, but I was going out, and I ran out the back, and I was like in underwear and a t-shirt, and I went, oh, no, the Ouija board, if you find the Ouija board, it was under the bed, so I ran back up, and I got the Ouija board, and as I was running out, something tripped me. I mean, there was nothing there. I was running down but I broke my foot, and I've never broken anything, but I know that little brat, that little 4-year-old, had tripped me.
Wait, he said he never broke a bone even up to this day.
Yeah, well, it's ghost night, so hey, I listen to you every night. You're
In the middle of a story about how he broke his foot.
Take care. That would be terrifying in more ways than one, wouldn't it? Really, really terrifying to be caught like that.
That guy reminds me of... I mean, it's not just this show, but just people telling stories in general. It's always amazing what information they decide to include.
Hi.
Hello, okay.
Well, I was 20 years old, I'm 34 now, of course, and this was happening in South Palmdale at the time. And Palmdale, it used to be called Springfield, but, before they brought palm trees to Palmdale, then they changed the name to Palmdale.
We moved in new. Things never happened, but something's always...
So anyway... my sister and I, my sister, she's 4 years older than I am.
Sometime, because, we've seen things moving in the house. Everybody who is here, we've always seen something.
What do you mean moving?
Whether it's objects.
Moving in what way?
Physically moving an object and playing games with it.
Now, do you mean sort of moving across a table? Do you mean something in the air? What do you mean?
Yep. Well, I've seen it myself move. I felt it, when I, actually wake me up at nighttime. It's rather unusual. I've seen it move objects.
In what way?
Well, just from side to side or up or down, and then it'll just drop it. It's actually taken objects, and then they've disappeared, and then they'll reappear a few weeks later.
That sounds a lot like a poltergeist.
Lovely. Well, you know what else it's done? One time my brother, this was before he moved out, my older brother, he's reading a book, and all of a sudden he calls me upstairs, and he's like, Matt, something happened. I'm like, well, what do you mean? I smelled this awful smell, and it started burning his hair.
What?
Seriously, went in the room, and that disgusting smell when hair's been burned?
I certainly do.
Yeah, well, that was the smell in the room, and I'm saying, well, what are you talking about? He goes, well, I was reading my book, and all of a sudden my hair started catching on fire. So
that's a strong clue.
Yeah, that's a strong clue to move out.
You bet.
Yeah, and so it's always it's something
now,
every day.
Could you see anything? Was his hair singed?
Yeah, right at the top of it. Not a lot of it, but it's definitely enough to...
Oh, what's his name?
Good Friday, they say.
Why'd that just cut out?
Virgin Islands. For years, there are ghosts. We every now and then stop and we do what we call ghost to ghost instead of coast to coast. Actually, it's the same thing, just new name. And we tell ghost stories all night long. Now, you may hear it in my voice, but if you would like to see it in my face as well, then you're going to want to be you're absolutely certain you check out tonight's webcam photo, which I took just a very few moments ago. That'll show you, it'll absolutely demonstrate to you what my mood is like.
I like that AM radio buzz.
That's my webpage. Go to program. No. You don't go to program. How do you get there? Let's see. Good. Now I can't even operate my own computer. Here we go. Program an Art Bell Studio Cam. Yes, indeed.
Oh, why did my camera freeze?
That'll set the mood for you, all right.
My camera froze.
WTSLAM in Lebanon.
It is on the OBS side.
Or is it New Hampshire?
OBS has a tendency to do this for some reason.
Technically, it's probably New Hampshire.
Why do you do this?
1400 on the dial there. Yo to Sean Baker, the
Deactivate.
PD. Little do you know what you're in for, Sean.
Reactivate.
It's gonna get a little rough.
Alright, I always have to.
It always does on these nights. All we do is tell real
Change the source
and
and flip it back.
rules to what we're
Thank you,
going to do
OBS.
tonight.
Thank you for that.
Let me lay those down now, all right? Only serious,
OBS is
interesting,
weirdly solid for
scary ghost stories need apply.
such a complex piece of software.
They're all by phone. Unless you consider yourself to have, because there's as many of you out there as there are ghosts. And a million ghost stories in the night. So only the premium ghost stories need apply. I mean, they've got to be good. So that's rule 1. Rule 2 is, for God's sakes, turn down your radio. Okay? But that's always a rule. Then there's rules about, boy, we have a lot of rules, huh? Ghost photos. Yes, we will accept ghost
Is
photographs.
this section
As I
of this
think
AM buzz the whole time?
provide the quality. That means. Oh, this is really good for any program you. I have to tell you, I call.
Where does the buzz end?
Then
The Bible points it out.
Alright,
appearance of some type of.
alright.
It's gonna.
Right around. Magic.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
Oh, from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Canada, yes, sir.
See you on CJOB here.
Right.
Anyways, I don't know if I met a ghost or a time traveler, but this is one freaky tale, let me tell you.
Well,
Wait, we already
lay
listened
it
to
out
this.
for me, real quickly if you can, and I'll try and make a judgment.
Went about a week. And
Hello, Andy.
how are you tonight?
Fine.
Good. It started burning his hair.
What?
Why did they duplicate that
Like
section?
picking
That's
on my mom
ridiculous.
every single night. And
how can you handle that? I mean, how can you possibly handle that? How can you not move?
I haven't had a clue. Like, I've gone on actually on vacations, and this damn thing follows me. Like, I'm not joking. I could be in a hotel, and a day later on the trip, I'll just sense it in the room. I'm like, it's here again. It actually follows you around.
Oh, is this guy a sleep paralysis guy?
I don't know how to explain it, but that's...
Well, it's a fine way. You did fine. The question is, how can you stay there? I mean, how can you stay there even one more night? Burning hair, that's way over the limit for me.
I know. I'm here every night, usually by myself, and I'm here right now by myself. And sure enough, 2, 3 in the morning, it starts up. I record music quite a bit for a living, and it seems to enjoy playing with my equipment, whether it be turns it off, turns it on, resets different banks in my synthesizers.
Well, it beats having your hair set on fire.
Yeah, that's true.
That guy has a MIDI program change problem.
Good. I know the exact smell he's talking about, and I'm sure you do too. You've smelled burned hair, haven't you? It's awful. But to have your hair self-ignite, that's a really strong sign. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Andy from Largo, Florida.
Hello, Andy.
How are you tonight?
Fine.
Good. Got a story about a glowing tombstone up in Michigan. It's really good. Up in Michigan, you know, each town has their little local legends.
The podcast guy hears anything and it's like, you should run away, man. That is basically his reaction to most of them.
And I remember
how could you stay there? I would be running. You should run. Move. Get out of there.
Post farm family that maintains the yard replaced the headstone.
It's very easy for anyone to just move
every year
immediately.
Around Halloween,
it's quite a feasible task.
A group of people that go out there. But anyway, it only glows during a full moon on a clear night. Sounds crazy. Well, I had vacation 3 years ago, and when I went up...
Wait a minute. Let me understand. They replaced the headstone?
Mm-hmm.
How could you stay there?
It was obviously really wrong, so they put a new headstone in.
You know, just put your house up for sale. Of course, these days, you don't own a house, because it's impossible now, but... You know, just go buy a new house somewhere.
Well, when I was like, oh, please. Well, when I went up there on vacation...
Uproot your life.
The post farm, because I used to know the family.
Move away from any sort of social structure you have going on.
It was nice talking to them, and I thought it was their Mercury.
Probably find a new job.
You know, because everybody had cornfields out there. And
because these shows were from long before COVID, so remote work was quite rare.
From the Meyer farm, and she seemed a little stunned when I brought it up. But before I left, I took my rental car out there one night, shut the engine off by myself, and I'm looking at this, and it happened to be a full moon, and it's sure enough the headstone's glowing. Well, there was an old man about 10 feet from the stone. I don't know what he was doing out there, but he was just standing there. Now, most people say, well, how do you know it just could have been somebody else? And not at 2:30 in the morning, because I'm a night owl. I'm up all night. Anyway, it was just really.
Yeah, night owls
So I got in the car
unite.
and took off and told Mark about it when I called him up a few days ago, and he says, "Oh yeah, they're very common." But in high school, I don't remember hearing about the old man walking around. So they can't explain it. And I guess through the years, even some students from Michigan State actually broke a small chunk off and had it studied. All it is just granite and, graphite or whatever.
Oh, well, yes, though, I've seen a lot of movies, and in all the movies, college students who take chips of glowing tombstones die in puddles of mush.
Yeah, really. Hey, before you hang up, one more quick story that you'll appreciate. Remember you telling about the car that stops in the railroad tracks and you can see like handprints on the back of it if you put powder on it?
In San Antonio, Texas, yeah.
Okay, well,
absolutely true.
Right, well, check this out. I'm a waiter in a restaurant, and a table I had the other night went to Clarksville, Tennessee for vacation, where his uncle lives. And the same story, same scenario and everything. And I said, "Oh, come on." He said, "Well, we had to spread some butter on the back of the bumper, the back, the part of the trunk, the bumper, just underneath it. And then they put some powder on it, so the powder actually stick." Well, they say the same story. They never heard of the San Antonio incident. They never even heard of your show. And I'm thinking, they were telling me this, because I got family that was raised in, Old Hickory, Tennessee.
Well, I don't know. What did they do? Did they go to a railroad tracks?
There's a railroad track.
Park the car, and you're saying that it got pushed off and they had handprints on the car?
Exactly. And the road's not on an angle, and it was an old school bus in the 30s, and a bunch of kids were hit by a train. And as of today, I know enough about, engineering and stuff. Come on. Your car's not going to just start moving by itself. There's no way. The road's flat.
No, absolutely not.
Same San Antonio story. So what is it? But they actually saw the handprints. Well, his wife was just so freaked out about it. It bothers her today.
It would always bother me, and it still bothers me today. But why? Because of all those souls that you would not expect to remain on Earth, there would be the children, right? The innocents, the really young ones. If their lives were taken tragically by a train hitting a school bus, there's no way my mind can grasp the concept of a God that would allow their souls to remain, to push cars every now and then. It just doesn't add up. Either that or the nature of things is not as we would have it be in our world. Maybe there's nothing fair about death at all. I mean, has that ever occurred to you? Everybody thinks, well, death is going to be fair because God's fair and God's good and God wouldn't allow anything bad to happen to our souls, right? But maybe the truth is there's not anything. There's not a damn thing fair about death. Even the innocent children and the most innocent adults. Maybe there's nothing fair at all.
Yeah, no shit.
That's something to think about. The dark night, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Mr. L.
Yes.
Hi, I'm really glad to have you back.
Thank you.
Okay, and before I get started, this is a good ghost story about my
Thought-provoking.
I wanted to shout out to everybody on FNet there in the Artville channel.
Yeah, there's
I had just told
a
them
lot of God talk, it seems.
So,
all right, so you are.
Okay, my brother died a real violent death, and we were at his funeral, and he'd always told us that he believed in astral travel and out-of-body experience and practiced all that, and he told us he would find a way to tell us. So we're at the funeral home, and we're in a little room where there's a Coke machine and vending machines, and my brother Bill says, "Okay, Howard, if you're there, let us know." The lights in the room start flickering, the Coke machine flickers, it goes on about 5
That word pops out quite a lot.
guy who works there, and he says, That's never happened before. He's never had any kind of problems like that at a funeral home. So we were thinking, okay, that might be a coincidence. We're leaving after the funeral, and he had an old pickup truck that was rust bucket, and we had worked on this radio on it for a long time, over a year, trying to get it to work.
Right.
And he didn't want to buy a new one for it because it's just an old work truck. And it never worked. We rewired it, put new speakers, tried to hook them up. We're pulling out. As we pull out into the road from the funeral home, the radio comes on. It's ZZ Top. It's his favorite song. It plays the whole song, and then the radio goes off, and it's never played since.
Really?
And, yeah, that's...
Really? Oh, that's... you know, in the world of is it a sign or isn't it a sign, that is 100% sign.
Well, it gets better. The light flickering thing, it started becoming more and more persistent and really consistent in my life and my family's life. I moved into an apartment about a month later. The light across the street on the street light was flickering for about a week. Then it moved to the light on my side. And then a few days later, the light downstairs, and then the light above my apartment, going to about a week. And my brother called my mother 1 minute after midnight on her birthday, all her life. To this date, this is the most convincing evidence. To this date, on her birthday, 1 minute after midnight or 2 minutes, her phone rings. When she answers it, it's a dial tone. And that still happens. We've had friends over on her birthday just to see it happen. Now, we don't know if someone's pranking, but for the first couple of years...
I don't think so. That's a conscious thing, definitely.
But the light thing, it's to the point where my wife believes it now because we can be at the mall and it'll happen, and she'll go to work. She says, it doesn't happen when I'm not around you. When I'm around you.
Listen, I gotta go.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night.
I absolutely felt this wonderful love come through me. And so we walked out of the graveyard. It was probably about 4:30, maybe 5 o'clock in the evening. And we walk into the yard, and I'm still feeling all of these. And my husband goes to take a picture, and I thought, oh, maybe they'll show up. So I asked St. Michael to allow them to show up and to show up in this particular photograph. And the odd thing is, they did, but I didn't tell my husband. We got the film back about a year later.
Why wouldn't you tell him?
I don't share stuff like that often because, I'm kind of like that a little bit.
Even with your husband?
No. But I did later because when we got the film back, we forgot to develop it.
Yes.
And I forgot all about it. So when we got the film back, there's this giant light glowing around me, and I had 2 St. Michael's medallions, one in each hand because I was going to give them as gifts to people, and I put one in each pocket. And my hands looked like they're on fire. And this giant form is radiating above me, and you can see a face. Now, I have a friend who's a graphic artist, and she went looking for faces, and I said, I'm not going to tell you where the faces are, you tell me. So she went looking for faces, and she does layout for magazines. She's an editor. So she's got a very detailed eye, and she found another face, which is directly above the cross in the steeple of the mission of Santa Barbara, which looks a little bit like, the picture that you have on your web of Jesus at the Vatican. It looks a little bit like that.
Yes.
And it was really overwhelming. And then I went and I showed this picture to a friend, and she said, I never believed you about your ghost until I went and visited a friend who went to Santa Barbara, and I walked to that graveyard. She said, I just had to get out of there. I was panicking.
Well, see, now, there's another aspect, thank you, of all this that bothers me. And that is graveyards. Again, I'm going to say this, and I don't know how you all want to be disposed of when your time on Earth is gone. But graveyards don't sound too good to me. I mean, in terms of where I think I would like to go when my time comes, I'm leaning toward the ash idea. This graveyard thing, I don't know. Don't want to think that there's any consciousness left, and if there is, that it's stuck anywhere near a graveyard, because that wouldn't be a good place to spend a lot of after time. We're going to have our, by the way, our electronic voice phenomena people on again soon. They record voices in graveyards. So you see what I mean? Think about your own final disposal. Do you really want to be down 6 for at least part of the day? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great. Hello, Art.
Where are you?
I'm in Oklahoma. Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. Yeah, all right.
Okay, I have this one for you. I was, this road that I'm referring to, that these 2 incidents happened on the same road in the same year.
What incidents?
Okay, one is on a school.
Going to sleep now, Diedrich? All right, all right. Thanks for hanging as always.
That I had to pay mileage on her
Maybe I'll sleep
car to go.
one day.
So
One day.
On a school night, I went to a friend's house supposedly to study.
But yeah.
And I went over and I picked up 2 girls.
Good night to you, sir.
And one was named Alexis. I hope they're listening tonight.
Hey, Sue and Alexis.
We were down this road in front of an elementary school, and we were driving, not very fast, it's like maybe 35, 40, and a man, an elderly man, and his dog, you could see, I mean, it looked just real as real can be.
Sure. Did what?
I hit him.
You hit them?
I hit the goat. Now, if you can imagine, I have 2 teenage girls.
Did you feel a thump?
There wasn't time. I had 2 hysterical teenage girls screaming at the top of their lungs.
You have my sympathy on that, but I mean, when you hit this, whatever it was, I mean, you hit a dog and a human, right?
Yes, sir.
Or what was supposed to be a dog and a human. And, so obviously, all 3 of you saw the same thing. They wouldn't be screaming otherwise. And so what'd you do?
There was no noise. I had to keep my composure and try to settle them down, and I had to try to decipher and disseminate.
And that was the day I was convicted of vehicular manslaughter.
And so
I was able
killing an old senior man, walking his dog.
to transpire there, and they wanted to go home, and I took them home. And to this day, I didn't even go home and share that with my parents or my mother or my stepmother, because I had to borrow her car and I'm supposed to be out studying.
And where was this?
Outside of Chicago.
Outside of Chicago. So if they're listening this morning, they could contact me. And if you contact me, I'll put you all on together, and you can verify that story.
Let me tell you, my uncle, one of my relatives on that same road, he built a nice house about 4 years later. I went to a Christmas party, and his neighbor is an elderly man. And at this Christmas party, for some reason, I started a conversation with this man.
Yes.
And I asked him how long he lived there in the area, and he said forever. So I asked him, I said, down the road there, was there any man that ever died that had a dog?
Yes.
And he said he knew his name. It was his neighbor. He died, a car hit him, and he died.
A car hit him about 4 years ago.
With my relatives,
Yep.
and I didn't say anything because I didn't understand it. And over the years, I've listened to Father Martin.
Well, I still don't understand it. It's the scariest, most worrisome thing you can think about. If ever there's an innocent, it's somebody killed out walking their dog across the road, right? And this guy seems to be reliving getting hit by a car or many cars again and again and again for what? Eternity?
And we, the three of us, we have to live that because it's part of our life too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure it is. Well, maybe the girls will get in touch with me. It frequently happens.
That guy killed a guy with his car.
There's a whole lot of this that really is genuinely scary because it's just unimaginable to me that people would be sentenced to these horrible eternities. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Brad.
Yes.
In Rancho Santa Fe, just half a mile from the Heaven's Gate incident.
Oh, yes. I can imagine there may be some ghosting about there.
I'm 45 years old. The story I'd like to tell you took place quite some time ago, back in the 70s. If you remember towards the end of the Beatles' career, they embraced transcendental meditation for some time.
They sure did.
Well, believe it or not, when I was a junior in high school, the people that ran that cult came to our school on career day, to a public high school.
I'll be darned.
Under the guise of, they told the people that ran the school that if we all did this meditation, that we would all get better grades. They actually called it the science of creative intelligence at that time.
Did they really? And they thought schools were foo-foo these days.
Well, they bought it, and my mother did it. Just about everybody in the school signed up.
Really?
Well, what happened was after about 3 or 4 years.
Wait. Hold your story at that point. We have a break, so
okay.
I'm just going to hold you over, and we'll finish the story. All right?
Thank you, Art.
All right. Stay right there.
Messing around, and we're both kind of guarded people, but guarded as in, we don't let a lot of things out. I pay attention to a lot of things, and I trust my senses. Well, in bed, we were lost in thought, or whatever you want to call it. I got this feeling come over me as if something was in the room with me. I never felt this feeling before, but like I said, I trust my senses, and I knew something immediately was wrong.
That'll take away the moment.
Well, it did take away the moment, and suddenly I got a vision in my head that I've never had before, and it was frightening. What I saw was, imagine seeing a pit of hell with brimstone and fire and people in agony, and that flashed through my head. I don't know how long it took, but it flashed in my head. And I stood up, I stood up in bed, kind of pulled upright, and I got really cold all of a sudden. This was in the summer.
People in agony?
Yes, people in agony, screaming, writhing in pain.
Many people in agony?
Yes, it was just, like I said, it was just a brief flash in my mind.
Kind of like, listen very carefully. Maybe like a little piece of that, maybe?
That brings chills to me because it was very similar to what I saw and heard and felt. Anyways, I kind of turned to my left and I saw something flash out of the corner of my eye, and that really frightened me. And I turned to the right and kind of swung my feet out of the bed, and I saw a figure move from our bathroom into the doorway. And I turned, immediately looked to the doorway, and saw a figure move. Well, that frightened me. I jumped out of bed. I stood in the doorway, and I saw a figure running down the hallway. And at first I thought this was my wife's son, but like I said, I trust my senses. I knew something wasn't wrong or wasn't right. So I go to my wife and push her off the bed and scream at her, "There's somebody in the house, there's somebody in the house."
Do something, honey.
I start running down the hallway thinking that someone's trying to harm our children.
Sure.
And as I get almost to the hallway, across from my son's room is our bathroom, and I would be directly facing our daughter's room.
Yes.
And when I got in the hallway, a small figure, about the size of my son, about 3-4 feet tall, ran across the doorway from the bathroom into his room. And of course, I ran into the room, and both my children are sound asleep.
That's the one time you might do that, run in after something like that. If it ran into your child's room, you'd probably go in after it.
That's right. Well, the kicker about this part is like I said, that made me believe. But after this happened, my wife came out and said, "What did you see? What did you see?" And then she started getting scared. She said, hold on, and it was like she was praying for a minute. She said, hold on. And then she calmed down and said, okay, it's gone. I said, what is gone? She says, it. And I said, what is it? And she explained to me to a T the person I saw.
Well, okay, thank you. I don't dismiss that. I don't dismiss certainly the fact that prayer can make whatever it is go away. But I don't know that means that, we always, I think we think that means it's erased. Whatever it was is now erased, as far as we're concerned, because it's gone. May not mean that at all. That thing is still somewhere. I mean, you didn't erase it, did you? Well, some of you would think so. Or release it maybe that'd be the word you'd use, release it. All you know is it's gone, right? You don't know gone to where, you know gone. Nevertheless, a tactic, if it works, it works. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yes, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Yes, I am calling from Lorain, Ohio, which is about 30 miles west of Cleveland, and I'm listening to WTAM.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm calling from a haunted house as we speak. Let me start by saying that this has been going on ever since I've been about 5 years old. We have quite a large family, 4 children, and my mom is raising us.
Sounds like you're on a cell phone.
Yes, I am, but can you hear me clearly?
This guy loves irrelevant information.
First of all, that I have seen things, clouds, formations, shadows. People have heard voices calling their name.
I have seen things, clouds,
in the middle of the night while they
shadows,
over
in your house.
lights.
As a matter of fact, Art, I listened to your last Ghost to Ghost, and we were trying to get a hold of this psychic from WTAM that could tell us.
Oh yes, the one who was consulting the gentleman there the sports reporter, I believe, who was living in a haunted house, yes?
Yes. Because me and my brother would like to do a documentary on my house. We are the only owners. My grandfather had built it from his hands, and it took him many years. Friends have seen faces. Friends have seen people. My sister's seen shadows.
Do you realize, though, how dangerous it is if in this house that you're in right now, there are things able to physically manifest to the point where they can slap a face, you are in significant danger.
Well, my mother has called a parapsychologist out in Cleveland State University, and the parapsychologist has told her that by the symptoms that we have named, that he believes it's some kind of child that likes to play games. And he told us, whatever you do, please do not tell him to go away, or whatever it may be, tell him to go to the light. Because if you tell him to go away, he will just go to another household. Have you ever heard of anything?
Well, I was sort of laying that out in a way a minute ago. You might call out a name or a religious icon or the name Jesus and get something to go, but that doesn't mean that it's gone. It just means it's gone from where you are.
Well, yes. I mean, these things have been going on for years. Lights flicker. Like I said, we have tried calling.
Do you know how many documentary producers have been found in pools of blood?
Really?
Do you know how many?
None.
Do you know how many?
None.
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, me either. But probably quite a few.
None.
What I'm saying is, careful. Be really careful.
Oh, trust me, Art, we will be. Like I said, I am trying currently to get a hold of the psychic from WTAM, because we would like to just try to bring the spirit to peace. I mean, like I said, I mean, you're right. If this thing can do the things that I've named, then, you know, what danger can lurk? I mean, like I said, we're the first owners of this house. And I don't see, you know, I just don't understand this. And it's quite frightening at times. I'll be sleeping in the middle of the night and I will feel something sit on my bed.
Oh, really?
I have a dog and a cat. My cat notices.
Of course your cat knows it's there. Sir, I'm sorry we're out of time, but you'd best get out of there. I wouldn't stay in a house like that. There's no way. Especially not the sitting on the bed with me part.
I feel someone pull on an extended leg of the tripod behind me, which I figured was one of the members, Roger, just, you know, fooling around, teasing me. I actually grabbed onto the tripod, so I gave the tripod a hard jerk to pull it away from his hand, which pulled loose, and I turned around to look at him, and he was there, back about 15 feet. There was no one else around me.
Wow.
So whoever or whatever grabbed it was something invisible.
So I came back on a subsequent investigation just shortly after that and decided this would be a good place to do some videotaping, see if I could get some infrared ghost lights there. Set up the camera at the top of the stairway, focusing down along the stairs. There was a little ambient light in the place, but not much. And as I'm focusing down there and watching the screen on my camera, I notice out of the corner of my eye that I see a silhouette, a shadow silhouette, come up behind me, just shining on the wall off to the right of the stairway, which is a very enamel, glossy kind of wall. So even in the dim light, the shadow shows very well. Didn't think too much of it. I suspected really was probably, Brendan or one of the other guys coming up behind me. Turned around to look, and no one's there. No one near me at all. But there's the shadow, perfect silhouette of a male figure still there.
Well, that figures. I mean, after all, with what you do. By the way, I'm going to be interviewing Brendan and company. I don't know, in this week or two.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, that's very typical of what you're going to get involved in if you go traipsing and looking, trying to look this stuff up. Eventually, you're going to find it. I mean, if you really want to find it. And there are a lot of people who write to me and say, hey, how do I find a ghost? I'd like to experience this. Well, fine. There's lots of places you can go. You can go hang around graveyards if you want to, if you're real serious about it. Sure, hang around graveyards. Listen to stories. There are houses and hotels that are haunted. There are many places you can go if you're really serious about it. But think real hard before you make your decision. Think really hard. Because you might not like what you find. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Leonard in Seattle, listening to you on KOMO.
Hi, Leonard.
Hi. Oh, man, if I wanted to tell you.
All right.
This was about 88, 89 when I was in high school. I grew up in Alabama. About, good hour and a half drive outside of my hometown. There was this old plantation house, kind of decrepit, falling down, disrepair, way out in the middle of nowhere. You had to go down a dirt road for quite some time to get to it.
Sure.
There was kind of a story that everybody had heard surrounding this place, that when the Sherman, I think it was, one of the northern generals was coming down, and they were freeing slaves in a lot of the plantation houses. This one family was very adamant and against the idea of having their slaves freed, and actually decided that they would kill them rather than see them freed.
Wow.
These guys, they went back there, just started slaughtering people, had them chained up to the walls, and just killing them. A few of the people, the slaves, managed to get themselves free, get a hold of some weapons, and started just slaughtering the family.
I'll bet.
In all, I think something like 50, 55 people just murdered brutally in this one little house and the area surrounding it at night.
I'll be
The rest of them just
right back. Just a minute.
You can imagine the angry souls that it would be hanging around this area.
Oh, I can indeed.
So one Saturday afternoon, me and some of my buddies had a couple of beers, and we were thinking, oh, what kind of trouble can we get into? We thought we'd go and, hey, let's go look at that old house, investigate it, see what we can see.
Let's go catch us a ghost, Bubba.
Exactly,
All right.
So we get out there, and we're looking around the house. It's just decrepit, falling down, just in terrible disrepair. We go back out around to where the old slave quarters
were, these little fallen down cabins and whatnot. We get close to this one cabin, and apparently this, from what happened, I would assume that this is the place where all the killing happened. We walk up to it, we're about to go inside. I put my hand on the door, and that's when the noise starts.
The noise? What noise?
Screaming, banging on the walls. The whole shack started shaking like an earthquake. Completely freaked us out. Obviously, we didn't go in. We took off running. Cars were about 100 yards away. The weird thing is, the noise didn't get farther away as we were running farther away. It was like the noise was right over our heads. We were running like crazy.
Keeping up with you.
Exactly. I looked back towards the house and to the shack, and I saw big, bright red eyes looking out window at us. Oh man, we left about 3 inches of tire on the road getting out of there. I'm surprised we didn't run into a tree and have a wreck.
Well, you could have done that, Ghost, or not, but, whew.
That's as scared as I've ever been.
And, I take it you didn't go back.
Oh, no, we never went back into that area ever again. But,
well, I guess even these days, after a few beers, that'll slow you off. You just don't suggest that kind of thing anymore.
Oh, well, we were pretty darn sober right at the time that house started shaking.
Isn't that amazing how the chemical balance of your body can change just like that?
Oh, yeah. Almost immediately.
Appreciate the story, sir. Thank you.
And we're back.
You're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. How are you this morning?
Well, okay, sorta.
My name is Jim. I'm calling from Florida.
Yes, Jim.
And I'm listening to you on the Sky.
On the Sky?
WSKY out of Gainesville.
All right, Gainesville, yes.
Yes. Golly, where to start? I wrote you a while ago. Emailed you, but you were inundated with shadow people emails. I'm sure you didn't get to mine.
Thousands of them.
Yes. I listened to the show last night. It was absolutely fascinating, and I just want to take just a second to tell you how much my wife and I absolutely love the show.
Thank you.
Huge fans.
Thank you.
Where to start?
The beginning.
Yes. Around 1979, I got involved in a haunted house project. When I say haunted house project, I'm talking a theatrical event that would happen every year in my hometown up in Vermont.
You mean they put on a play about a haunted house? Or
No, we found an old building and we put on a haunted house.
Oh.
But we didn't realize the building was already occupied.
Actually haunted.
Oh, yeah. Well, the whole thing was started by the local JCs, and they were just doing it as a fundraiser, and I got yanked in.
JCs are usually pretty nice.
Oh, yeah. Great bunch of people.
Oh, you mean the function, not the haunted.
Yeah.
Right,
Great
right.
bunch of people were, getting involved, raise a little money for the community, and they pulled me in because they knew I was a makeup artist. And of course, when you're doing a scary haunted house, you want someone who can do the blood and the gore and all the fun stuff like that. So I got pulled in. So I went to a meeting at this building, and I pull up in front of this thing, and it looked like the Addams family lived there. It was old. It was an old abandoned school building. Well, not entirely abandoned. Some of the offices were still being used, but it had been built around the turn of the century, very Victorian. 2-story redstone kind of building.
All right, listen, we've got this mentally pictured. Hold on, we'll do it after the break, all right?
Okay, sure.
All right, good. Stay right there.
Feeling better 'cause I'm over you. I learned my lesson and left a scar. Now
Thank you very much. Listen. When you think about it, what better place for hauntings to occur than the yearly haunted house in town? You know, a lot of civic organizations do it for Halloween, right? They all build a haunted house. Goes on in almost every town across America. What better place, particularly over many years, to actually, you know, have the real thing present, the real McCoy, because you'd never be able to separate them, and nobody'd ever believe a word you say, and people can't hear you scream in space. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Marie in Spokane.
Hi, Marie.
Hi. My story is about a ghost that my husband and I have seen.
Both of you?
We've both seen it. The first time I saw it was when I had a daughter. She was just a few months old, and my bedroom was across the hall from hers. And I was sitting in there one night, and I looked through my open door into her open door, and in the doorway is this woman dressed in white from top to bottom, and she's kind of glowing, and she's just standing there looking at me. And I kind of looked away and looked back, and she was gone. And I'd seen her a few times after that, and I didn't know what it was. But one night I was talking to my husband, and I kind of hesitantly said that I had seen this. And he says, oh, yeah, I've seen her too. And it was just really odd, and we started calling her the White Woman. And she was dressed in white from head to toe. She kind of looked like it was maybe an old-style nurse uniform.
Right.
And when we'd see her, she'd just be standing there. I wouldn't feel like there was anything wrong going on. It was like she was protecting the baby. And even when we'd moved when the baby was about a year old, she moved with us.
She moved with you.
She moved with us, and she would kind of stand guard over the baby like a...
Now, see, that's really, really interesting.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And it was like, you know, she was like some stern librarian, you know? She didn't have this smile. She would just stand there like she was standing guard.
I got you.
And, you know, and now my baby's almost 5, and we haven't seen this woman in a few years. But this is my youngest daughter. This same daughter, she used to look around and watch things, kind of like you're saying you have that picture on the web of the baby sitting in the swing.
Did you see that?
Something. I haven't seen it yet. I was going to look when
You understand though what I'm saying? That baby is obviously you can see it in the baby's soul. It's seeing what we're seing on film.
Yeah,
it's really freaky.
We had a similar type things with our daughter. I never really looked through pictures of her.
Well, then it's obvious what she was seeing, isn't it?
She was seeing something, and when she was about 2, we'd watched the movie Fairy Tale. We have an older daughter, and we watched it, and she saw the fairies, and after she saw that movie, when she'd look up and look around and watch things moving around, she'd say, fairies, fairies, and she'd point at the fairies, and she was sure she could see fairies, and we'd just say, oh, neat, and it was just very unusual. She's
Children.
Children are very interesting.
Yeah, you do yourself a favor and you go look at that photograph.
I will.
On page number 2 of the ghost photos, all right?
All righty.
Thank you. Take care. Yes, indeed. There's no mistake about what that child is seeing. Children's expressions are easy to read. And that one's really easy to read, and it's really easy to see that child sees what the camera has captured. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Where are you?
Right now, actually, I'm in holidays in Western Canada.
Okay.
I'm skiing in Banff. But I'm a twin. My parents died when my brother and I were very young. We were raised by our grandfather. We both were in Vietnam, and my brother was killed. Or that was our understanding. When I was, I came home, and about 2 years later, my grandfather died. He and I were living alone in his house. The night that he dies, I'm sitting on the end of my bed, sort of contemplating life, feeling a little bit sorry for myself, and I feel someone sit down next to me.
Oh.
And put his arm around my shoulder, and it's my grandfather, and he says, "Daniel's alive."
Daniel's alive.
And Daniel's my brother.
I've got you, yes.
And I just froze. I didn't know what to think, and I sort of, the next day I had convinced myself that, I'm convincing myself that this is happening, and I tried to blow it off. That night, I was sitting in my grandfather's den on the couch, and I get a feeling, and I look over. I was just eating by myself, and I look over the door. My grandfather's there, and he says, "Daniel's alive, and he's trapped, and you got to go get him."
And he's trapped.
He's trapped, and so this was not too far, not too long after I'd come home, and I did make some trips back, and I was assuming that I thought he was a POW somewhere.
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'd made a couple trips. I didn't really tell people what I was doing because I didn't want to get locked up.
Clear thinking. So anyway,
yeah,
we don't have a lot of time, so what happened?
Okay, so then about a year and a half later, I'm down there again, and I've decided that, I'm not, this isn't happening. And
you mean you're back in Vietnam?
Yes.
Yes.
And that morning, the phone rings in my room. I pick it up. It's my grandfather on the phone, and he says, "He's here. He's alive." Anyway, there's short on time. He was in a Greek Orthodox mission hospital. He was alive. He wasn't shot. He'd been in an accident of some sort, and he was in a semi-vegetated state. Anyway,
he was, in other words, he was in a coma.
Yeah. And
your brother was alive. You found him in Vietnam, and he was in a coma.
And we bring him home. After we get him out of the hospital at home, he was still, he never completely recovered, but I cared for him at home. The day we got home,
and we're getting Daniel up into his room. There was a, sorry, I'm getting emotional just thinking about this. There was a mug that Daniel's made for my grandfather when we were in, I think, grade 6 or something. And it was sitting on Daniel's nightstand, and it was full of hot grape Kool-Aid. And the significance of that was that Daniel and I would drink hot. We loved it. And we used to pretend that we were drinking coffee like...
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So...
And, yeah, so a couple of years later, 5 years ago, Daniel died. And I was going to sell the house. I had listed it for sale, and anyway, I got a call from the realtor lady. She was a basket case.
I only got a few seconds.
Okay, and she went around the house. She couldn't open a single door in the house. They were
Exactly. Hot grape Kool-Aid is the most horrific part of this story.
Well, I'll just let that one stand right where it is. But the clear implication is that somebody on the other side, if it's urgent enough, important enough, can come through in any way it must, telephone, electronically, or in person. So I guess it is possible if it's really urgent.
The real moral of that story is
Ghost AM will...
hot grape Kool-Aid is a war crime. Crime against humanity.
Picking up the audio, the streaming audio.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently you're not having a problem.
No, it takes about, a few more seconds for it to click in, and then it's on, just like a radio.
Cool.
I mean, perfectly.
Because these people love to add random details that don't... Actually, I forget if the Kool-Aid had any relevance.
Yeah, I don't really actually want to talk about it.
Okay, well, maybe you don't want to hear much.
But these people do have a tendency to...
Kind of kicked off when you had Gunny.
Like, really focus in on the most irrelevant details to any of the story.
Oh, of course.
All right, remember the scene about the red eyes through the window?
Yes.
Okay. Out of that whole darn movie, that's the only thing that scared the you-know-what out of me. And anyhow, during my school years, going to college...
And my brother and I, we used to live with my grandmother. My grandmother, she would knit us sweaters every Christmas.
Just like in the movie. And I thought, nah, it's no big deal. Well, this one...
And it would take...
like every other night.
It would take her months to knit these sweaters, because they're very complex sweaters. So anyway, the story goes that we saw a ghost in the attic.
And
see, I was about to say, waking up at 3:15 or a given time every day is not all that unusual. A lot of people do that.
Right.
But not the red eyes.
Well,
how did they show up?
Well, in this case, and I mentioned Gunny because, I mean, not to go backwards here, but yeah, picture 17 and 18, I've seen those big time.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, he was mentioning how sometimes things will come to you in a dream state, or at least you're real relaxed or whatnot. But I was laying in my bed, and all of a sudden it's like wham, I'm being chased.
In bed?
I'm in a tunnel with slimy walls. Oh, and all right, so you're suddenly out of your body. Right, and all I see is these red eyes coming at me. And I'm running like, you know what? Yeah, that'll keep you going. Well, I woke up screaming and yelling. My wife thought somebody was in the house. Even the hair on the back of my neck was standing up. Well, this is usually called a nightmare. I know. It's supposed to be a ghost story. Guess what? I look at the clock. 3:15. 3:15. I could have guessed. And, maybe a month or two later, not the running or the chasing, but I'm laying in my bed, and yes, most people would say, oh, you just fell asleep. Well, I'm staring at my door, and my closet door, like you were saying, you don't like your open door closets. Right. And I don't know if I was hallucinating, I wasn't drunk, wasn't doing drugs, but I'm going to sleep, I thought, and boom, there's the ice, just like that. In the closet? Coming out of the closet. Coming out of the closet? No silhouette, just red eyes coming out of the closet. Just the darn eyes. I'm done with you, sir. I don't want to hear any more of that. Red eyes coming out of a closet. Sorry, that's it. That's where I draw the line. I don't want to hear any more. That is, of all the nightmares that could be, that's the worst. That's something that that's just enough. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
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 I guess it's me. How are you?
Well, I was all right.
I have a ghost experience that changed my life.
Oh, well, they usually do. Go right ahead.
I took a job as a custodian at a research center in the country. And my first night, this guy, he had a DUI, so he couldn't drive. He wanted me to take him home. And I said, yeah, I would. And we wound up coming home this back way. And he said that he didn't want me to go down this certain street, for fear of ghosts or whatever.
Sure.
So I went down there anyway.
Although that's pretty unusual. I mean, if somebody isn't going to go down the street, you're on your way somewhere, and it's not usual to give anybody that reason. We're not going to go there because there might be ghosts. Come on.
Yeah, this is true. Well, I come up at the stop sign, and at the other stop sign on this street, there's an intersection, and there's a car at the stop sign, too. It's a black car.
Yes.
And it didn't signal. Then it put on its signal abruptly, and I was at the stoplight. And for some reason, I didn't go. I was supposed to go, then it was supposed to turn.
Yes.
And I got goosebumps. I started shivering, and my friend is just talking to me. He's holding a conversation because we just met each other. And I can't go. I'm stuck at the wheel, and I'm just looking at this car. And then finally, for some reason, I started inching out, and the car started inching out too. And I was just trembling, and he was talking to me, and I looked, and in this black car is this woman with this grotesque, wrinkled face, just staring at me. Old woman. It just looked dead. And I looked at my friend, and I go, what an ugly woman. And he goes, what are you talking about? I go, don't you see that car right there? And he goes, I don't see anything. What are you talking about? And I just kept going. I go, do you see me trembling? And he goes, no, I don't see anything. Okay, well, this is the first night. The second night, I decided to go down there to try this again. We got on the same road, same night. It's about 3 in the morning, something like that. We're driving down.
Why would you, wait a minute, why would you possibly go back to the same place again after something that terrifying? Why would you go back?
I think it's because he told me he didn't see anything, and maybe I thought I was delusional. I don't know. But I decided to try it again.
Right.
Maybe I should be a ghost hunter. I don't know.
All right.
But anyways, the second night, same road, same everything, almost the same spot. We're driving down, and there's this house on the corner. And we're driving, and we're coming up to this same stoplight, and I start to slow down, and I look, for some reason, I look over at this house, and I look up,
And it's a two-story house, and in the second story, there's this room with a red light on. And it looks like it's radiating out the window, almost like, have you ever developed film?
Yes, I have.
They use the red light.
Yes.
See? That light is coming out. And I just stopped, and I was like, for some reason it intrigued me, and I told my friend again, and he saw the light this time. I go, do you see that light? And he's like, yeah, I guess it's kind of unusual for someone to be developing film at 3 in the morning, huh? And he was like, yeah, I guess. And we look, and we're looking and staring, and then I see that woman's face in the window, staring back at me.
Same woman.
The same face. Then I told my friend, okay, I'm not delusional. Do you see that? And he's like, no, I don't. So we get out of the car and we go to the house. We knock on the door to make sure that I'm not crazy. And this old gentleman enters the door. I mean, we wake him up at 3 in the morning. Of course, he's mad, upset.
What the hell are you on, son?
Yeah, pretty much. And, you know, I told him, I said, hey, there's, you know, we saw this red light coming out of your second-story house. We just wanted to make sure everything was okay. We didn't want to think we're crazy. And he's like, what are you talking about? And we said, upstairs, you know, is there someone here? Or he goes, no, I live alone. We go, do you have a dark room or something? Well, no, I don't have a dark room. We go, well, what's upstairs? He's like, nothing really, just, you know, some old keepsakes or something, whatever. And we told him that there was a light on upstairs or this or that. Well, he went upstairs and he said, well, nothing's on or this or that. So we said, okay. Well, as we're walking back to the car, we look into the orchard, which is behind his house, and there's a light on in the orchard. And I go, let's go check it out. So we go walking over to this light, and we keep getting farther and farther into the orchard, and then finally we come across this light.
You only got a few seconds.
Okay, so my friend goes, hey, there's a note. So he picks it up, and he puts it in his pocket, and just as he looked up, he goes, I hear something, do you? And then I said, no. So we got back in the car.
Real quick.
And we're taking off down the street, and I almost hit that woman with the face. And when I got home, we pulled out the note, and it said, nice to meet you.
Oh. The young and the stupid.
Dreams are made of these.
Oi, oi, oi.
Disagree. I travel.
Just kind of like us, you know, hiking boots, blue jeans, a down-filled jacket, but his eyes look like...
Oops.
Oh, really?
Missed the beginning.
We all start laughing hysterically, and all of a sudden there's not 3 of us laughing, there's 4 people laughing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we look in this guy, he's addressed just kind of like us, you know, hiking boots, blue jeans, a down-filled jacket, but his eyes look like the eyes of an animal caught in somebody's headlights.
Yeah.
And so my buddy Paul goes,
I know the look.
Right, my buddy Paul goes, who the are you?
Yes.
And the guy continues to laugh, gets up, turns around and walks about 3 steps away and just basically disappears.
Oh, my.
And being young teenage bravado, right, we're thinking somebody's trying to pull a little trick on us, so we all jump up and we're going to go find this guy. Well, it's too dark to walk in the secluded area without flashlight.
No, wait a minute. You know, I can take the somebody's fooling around with us part of this, except for the fact that you just said he disappeared before your eyes.
That's
not,
what we
not
thought,
just
but
you,
then, you know,
but
we're
three of you now.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't smack of a high school prank.
No, it doesn't. And that's what happened was, after a few minutes, we kind of came back to the fire, and the longer we sat there, the scareder we got.
Yeah.
And pretty soon it was, we think we better move our camp.
Right.
And so we did. We actually got up that night and moved closer to where we knew there were some other people, because the longer we sat there, the more freaked out we were. But I just wanted to throw that in because none of us said, you know, in the name of Jesus, go away. It was basically, who the are you? And whoever he was turned around and walked away.
Well, maybe you spoke the language he knew.
Well, that's true, Matty. A drowned camper would understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
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 Hi, Art. How are you?
Oh, progressively going downhill here lately.
Well,
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
Well, actually, what I'm about to tell you actually goes back about 10 or 15 years when I was in the canal zone.
Oh, really? Panama
Yeah.
Canal, yes.
Yeah. And my sister and I, she lived in Gamboa. She had a Ouija board. And, yeah, this is going to get strange, but we kind of got to playing around. It's the first and the last time I ever played with one of those things. And we contacted a spirit, if you will, and asked where it was from, and it spelled out Culebra, which is the town of Culebra during the construction days. And my sister asked it to make, if it could make a present, and it said yes.
You know, when you're doing all this on a Ouija board and you're getting that much information back and it's beginning to be contemporary, a town you know, at this point, how are you accounting for what you're doing?
Well, I'm really not sure, man. This is the first, that's, like I said, the first and last time we ever played with anything like this. Okay. Anyway, she asked if it could make a present. And it said yes. And it spelled out clock. C-L-O-C-K. And then it went to buy.
Spelled it out, on the Ouija.
Spelled out clock.
On the Ouija board.
It literally.
And then?
Went to buy. It left.
Yeah.
My sister had about 6 cats at the time, and about 3 minutes after it went by, the cats were running wild in the house, and just, I mean, one of them went behind the refrigerator.
Yep.
And she had a clock that was made out of some exotic wood, cut out of Panama, of the shape of Panama. And the clock, we had noticed, had turned at a 45-degree angle. Now, after that incident, we never, ever, ever brought out that Ouija board again.
Well, you know, you're lucky that what obviously decided to interact with you didn't decide to stay and or cross over.
Well, it's just kind of funny. You know, we're talking about Construction Day era, and it just kind of freaked us out a little bit because, I mean, you don't just see clocks like turning on walls and things like that. And we didn't physically see it turn. We just happened to notice later on, within about 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, sure. It's pretty specific. If it says clock and then the clock is physically turned, that'd be enough. That'd be more than enough for me, especially after all that spelling.
Well, it scared the hell out of me, dude.
I hear you. All right, thank you. Take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, this is Denise from Iowa.
Iowa, yes.
And when I was 17, I was in my bed sleeping, and I woke up and I saw a spirit looking down on me.
What kind of spirit?
Well, I'll describe him for you. I saw him. He had a black hat on, his blonde hair, white, and he had a red shirt and black jeans on, and I could see through him, but not, I could totally see him. Like,
was he actually hovering above you, standing in front of you, sitting?
He was standing over me.
Over you?
Yeah, he was looking, just look down, just put your head down looked, you know, and then he walked through my window.
Walked through your window?
Yeah.
As in leaving?
Uh-huh. And then I jumped up and I looked out on my window and nobody was there.
A lot of people would find it amazing that you would jump up and look out your window.
He looked
Definitely drunk.
So I just, like, wait a minute.
I mean, I just can't believe in modern day when we all know that if you go up to a door or a window where something like that has happened, a hand is going to grab you and drag you through the glass until there's nothing left of you but a shred when you go up to the window like that. So I just can't believe in this modern day you would actually go up to the window.
Well, my bed was right next to the window, so I just looked over at my window.
Okay. I appreciate your story.
Thanks.
Thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this happened about summer of '97.
It's going to have to be a real fast one because our program is ending.
Okay, I lived in the town of all towns in Pahrump.
Pahrump. There you go. Great, let's end it this way. All right.
And I was living with a girlfriend of mine at the time, and this one house was a single wide with attachments made on it and everything. And every once in a while, her 4-year-old daughter at the time would come up and say, "There's a man in my closet." I go back there and look, nothing there.
Closet.
And then every time I'd hear voices standing by the front door, or somebody hear voices standing in the back room, and we go outside, nothing. Dark, and can't see anything. Get a flashlight, don't see nothing. I'd call her on the phone when I was out on the road, and she'd say, "Hold on a minute, somebody's in the bathroom." And then she'd say, "I just heard the toilet flush. I'm the only one in the house." Because her kids would be over at her mom's at the time or something. Or the weird things like that would happen all the time. And we parked one night about a block away from the house, and we just watched the house, and we just saw shadows moving inside the house. You'd see the lights from the next door neighbor shining through the windows, and you just see shadows roaming back and forth across the house. And it was like, needless to say, we didn't stay there very long. We ended up moving to another house across town.
You know, let me tell you something. There are haunted houses. I really haven't said this before, but there are haunted houses here in Pahrump, Nevada. In fact, there are references to them on the World Wide Web.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right here, of course. Doesn't it figure right in my own little town?
Of course.
I mean, why not? It seems to happen everywhere else, so it might as well be here in my own hometown. And here you are, my final caller with a haunting in Pahrump.
Yeah, and well, that's the only one I knew about. I lived there for about 6 years, and that's the only one I knew about happening in there.
Well, you're obviously out on the road now, right?
Well, I moved back to Nebraska. I just got off the truck, and I'm headed home now.
So you're really on the last leg of your trip.
Right, yeah.
How does it feel to be back in a little car after being in the truck all that time?
Oh, kind of different. I've been doing it for so long. I used to have a mail Jeep back there in Nevada, and going from a big vehicle to a small one with the steering wheel on the wrong side was all kinds of fun.
Good night, my friend.
Good night to you.
I think that'll do it for the week, for the night, maybe for this lifetime. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Ta-ta. From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be across the entire world. In the greatest part of it right now, our part, it's Halloween. Welcome to Ghost 2001. This is a night when all we do is tell ghost stories, nothing else. I know there's a world of things going on out there, but we don't do it on this night. We do one thing only, and we do it very well. We tell ghost stories, real ghost stories, and there's no lack of them ever. Now, I want to qualify this by saying right up front, no lame ghost stories, only the scariest, most hair-raising ghost stories that a person could ever relate. That's all we're taking. So if yours doesn't meet up with those qualifications, sit back and listen, because there'll be plenty that will. So those are the rules. Those are the only rules. Your ghost story had better be good. And you should be a good storyteller, too. So that's it. That's all we're doing tonight. I'd like to
most people fail all the criteria.
Hamilton, Montana, 1240 on the dial in Hamilton, Montana. Glad to have you on board the network. That's just great as we continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. This is an unusual Ghost to Ghost tonight. It is an unusual Halloween. It is the first Halloween full moon since the year 1955, and it is the only one until 19 Halloweens more pass. I believe it is a blue moon, blue or not. It's the only full one since 55 and the only full one for 19 more years. So that's the agenda tonight. I never have had any doubt that ghosts are real. I know they're real after having presided over this program for the last, I don't know how many years, decade plus many now. I know they're real. I guess the question in my mind about ghosts became somewhat moot probably about 4 or 5 years ago. After doing so many of these and after observing things I have observed, I just came to the conclusion that it obviously is real. There really are ghosts, which means that there is survival of physical death. Anyway, nothing but the prime grade A ghost stories are allowed tonight. So before you dial, consider, are you in possession of, is the best ghost story of all time emblazoned in your mind? If it is, dial. Otherwise, sit back and listen. That's what's coming up. Nothing but ghosts all night long.
A spooky ghost.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Ghost to Ghost AM. One more time, this is your opportunity to phone in the best, scariest ghost story that any of us have ever heard. The scarier, the better. And if it's really, really scary, I'll be really, really happy. Why? Because I'll know that we're having good stories on the air, and I like to be scared like everybody else. You know, doing these shows, really, it scares the hell out of you after a while. A lot of times it just plain scares the hell out of you, but there is fun in fear, some types of fear. This kind of fear seems to be fun. Well, It's fun in the telling. It's not as much fun in the doing, as you will discover listening throughout the night. So, let us begin. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hi.
Art,
Yes,
good evening. A ghoulish good evening to you.
and to you as well, sir.
Yes. This story takes place, actually I'm Rex. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And this story takes place about 10 years ago when I was working as a photo lab assistant in Yosemite National Park, California.
Yes, sir.
One evening after I had finished talking with my folks, I was walking home along the Merced River. And very pleasant evening. And recently I had been looking into the folklore, the mythology, some of the history of Yosemite Valley, which had to do with the Miwok Indians and this sort of thing. Now, as I was approaching my cabin, the tent cabins that all of us employees stayed in,
Right.
I had absolutely nothing in my mind, completely blank. And I believe that contributed to what happened next. As I approached...
How frequently in your life have you noticed that you've had a completely blank mind? That is somewhat unusual in itself.
Yes, it was.
I mean, just all of a sudden you said to yourself, wow, I'm not thinking about a damn thing.
Exactly.
All right, so anyway, there you were in that state, and what happened?
Exactly. Well, I approached my tent cabin. As I was standing on my door, unlocking the lock, I felt there was something very strange inside this cabin. It was twilight, it was dusk, there was no sound going on.
You just felt something was there, or you felt something?
I felt something.
Describe it.
Sort of like I could almost feel an aura radiating from inside it, and it wasn't a very pleasant.
Okay.
So I opened the door, and pitch blackness was inside this cabin. It was like I was looking into dark matter.
Darker than black.
Darker than black. And this dark matter turned and looked at me.
Looked at you?
Looked at me.
Well, to perceive that, you must have seen, or did you just feel that? I mean, how did you know it was looking at you?
You know how some people have this third eye, this kind of a psychic sense kind of thing? I felt like this thing turned and looked into my soul, basically.
Yes, and was it as empty as your head?
Almost.
Sorry.
But what happened after I felt this thing was looking at me?
Yes.
I felt it rush at me like a hurricane kind of force. It's like that poltergeist swoosh, you know?
Oh, Lordy, yes.
And I remember this thing hit me, and I completely blanked out. I remember being in this white light, but all I could hear was this ghastly scream.
So it was just good night for you, huh?
Well, actually, this white light hit me, and then about a fraction of a second later, I remember landing on my back, and I looked back up at my cabin, and I was 15 feet away from the door. I don't know how I got there.
My. You had not been drinking, nor...
I just got off of work. Just finished talking with my folks, and I walked
sober
home.
as can be.
Exactly.
What do you think happened to you?
I had the feeling that it had something to do with the tragedy of the Indian situation in Yosemite Valley. I don't know. I can't really explain it too much.
Maybe I'm going to offer an alternative theory that you may not like. Obviously, what I picked up on in your story was that you were thinking about absolutely nothing, which is rare. I mean, have you ever caught yourself out there, folks? Wow, I'm not thinking about anything. I wonder if I'm okay. It's not something you do every day. So anyway, his mind was
I mean,
blank.
it's
his words.
Kind of the point of meditation,
When your mind is
yeah?
blank, you are in an interesting, susceptible moment. Really. If the neurons aren't particularly firing in any direction, and it happens, you know, it does happen, then you
Clear
are very
your mind.
So what may have happened to him may have happened at that exact moment because he was so vulnerable. Interesting. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art Bell. How are you?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
This is Anthony in Macon, Georgia,
All right.
and I'd like to relay this ghost story to you before I transform into a Canis lupus. So, this story...
Do you do that from time to time?
Occasionally. Occasionally I do. Especially on nights like this. But, about 1975, I was approximately 6 years old. I was visiting my grandmother here in Macon, Georgia, and this was shortly after my grandfather had passed away. He was an avid golfer, and he had a heart attack on the golf course.
Appropriate.
Yes, dying while he's doing what he does best. And
or liked best, or loved.
Exactly.
It's the way to
exactly.
go. Sure.
And we were visiting my grandparents' house. Now my grandmother was just residing there. And this house had an added-on room that my grandfather had built, designed and built. He was an architectural student from Georgia Tech.
Right.
Graduated from Georgia Tech. And this room he had built and designed. And when we had visited, I would stay in that room. And the extra bedroom in there.
Sure.
And one night I was in there, fell asleep. I wake up out of nowhere. I don't know what woke me up. I just woke up, and at the foot of the bed was a glowing figure, white glowing figure.
Okay.
Just staring at me. Now there was no sort of facial expression.
What I was
no,
going to ask. Yeah,
right. There was no face,
okay.
no facial expression, but it was facing me because it just, seemed to be staring at me. Sort of an outstretched sort of arms, but you didn't see any arms. It was sort of just maybe sort of a flowing sort of gown.
That'd be enough for me. You would know it was a spirit.
Exactly. So, like any 5, 6-year-old young man would do, I ducked under the sheets. I said, "Whoa, wait a minute."
That would have been my move too.
Right.
Under the covers.
Exactly. Because you're always safe there.
Yeah.
But then I, took another peek, and on that peek, it was still there.
Oh, that's bad, because usually when you come out from under the covers, it's gone.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was gone. It was still there, and then I went under the covers again, and I did not return up from the covers, and I fell back asleep. But get this.
Yes.
Now, this is the kicker. When I woke up the next morning,
yes, sir,
on the ground near the foot of the bed was a golf ball.
So your granddad had been there and left a sign for you, a golf ball.
I would either that or somebody was playing a elaborate hoax on me. But as I said, I still have his golf clubs, and I have some of his golf balls. So maybe they just happened to be in that room, and I just didn't notice them when I went to bed. But it was an eerie thing.
Well, I hear you. All right, thank you. Yes, the covers. The covers were always refuge from, for me it was things in the closet. To this very day, I cannot abide an open closet while I sleep. I will not go to sleep with an open closet. Because a little 6-year-old Art was absolutely certain there was something in his closet. Certain. And I was manic about having the closet closed, and how's this for an admission? I still am. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm okay, sir. Where are you?
My name's John. I'm calling from Colorado Springs, Colorado.
All right, John.
Got kind of an unusual story. Just to give you a little bit of background, I grew up in a small town in Minnesota.
Yes.
Grew up with a pretty good knowledge of the spirit world or demons or ghosts or what have you, that stuff existed. I believe that it existed.
Sure.
Always felt like there was something in my room when I was growing up. Used to have strange dreams. Sometimes I would have dreams where I felt like I was being spiritually attacked, or when I woke up I couldn't speak, or when I'd go to sleep. It seemed like the moments between being awake and going to sleep be a lot of fear.
There is a lot of fear. That's when people have OBEs. That's when they have things that freeze them in place. I mean, paralyze them completely. That's when I think you're susceptible to best seeing across the veil anyway.
Yes, I agree. That's a good way of putting it. I think that's a time when you're sort of wide open to anything that's looking for you.
Absolutely.
And like I said, I grew up with this, and I think people are real resilient, because I think you can grow up around this sort of stuff, and even as I got older, things would happen or something would drop in my room, and I'd come up with an explanation of how it could have happened. But everything will culminate what I'm about to tell you. But anyway, I joined the Army in 1989, summer of 89, and about 8 months before that, something really strange happened. Now, what I'll tell you is, at the time, my mother and father were separated, and eventually, a couple years later, they would get a divorce.
Right.
At the time that this story happened, my father had not been living with us for probably about 4 or 5 months, quite a while.
Right.
I'm sitting in the living room one night watching TV. My brother was in his room, which is on the other side of the living room wall. And I saw my father walk through our house.
As a solid
being.
Your real dad? I mean, he was...
Absolutely. And people, when I tell this story, people always say, well, what year did your father die? He didn't die. He's still alive today.
Gotcha.
So it's kind of strange. Well, anyway, he walked through the hallway, and there was a door open on one corner of the living room, and that's where I saw him. And I was so convinced that it was him, and it was about 9:30 at night. You know, what would he be doing coming home at 9:30 at night? He hadn't lived there in 4 or 5 months. Right. You don't think of that right then.
Of course not.
So I get up and I follow him into my parents' bedroom, and when I had been in there for, I guess, about 10 seconds or something, I felt a very real presence. The same kind of thing that I felt growing up, going to sleep in my room, that same kind of feeling that, very hard to describe, but, you know, I know the feeling. No need to describe it. Right, there's something else in the room that's a sentient being of some type.
Absolutely.
And that's when I, you know, kind of got scared and left the room, and then I walked down the hallway, and I met my brother in his room, and he said, "Did Dad just walk by?" And I said, "Yes, he did."
What? Really?
Absolutely. Now, the really strange part about it is, my father was wearing a particular sweatshirt that I remember him wearing a lot when I grew up. He used to wear it when he'd work on cars in the garage.
Yes.
So I still remember to this day, he had this purple sweatshirt on and a pair of blue jeans,
and he wasn't wearing shoes. He was walking in a pair of socks, and he was kind of walking sort of forward on his toes. That's the way he used to walk through the house.
And you're telling me that your dad was not dead?
Absolutely not.
Your dad was still alive, right?
Right. I mean,
that's really fascinating, and it's about the second or third story of its kind that I've ever heard. But I have heard a couple of others, sir.
well, and that's kind of what I'm wondering, and I hope maybe you or somebody could shed some light on this, because I've heard of something called the doppelganger.
Oh, there's a million different explanations for it. Thank you very much. A million different explanations, but one possible explanation is that all living things, present and past, have a spirit that can leave the body. This has been a particular point of interest, actually, for me for some time. Ghosts of the living. What does that mean? If there are really ghosts of the living, as there are certainly of the dead, then it says something fairly profound, I think, about the nature of spirit itself, the nature of the soul itself, doesn't it? It's an area that I would like to see some ghost investigators really bore in on. They tend not to do it, I think, because to them a ghost has to be dead, out of the old living body to be a ghost. Well, I have a different vision of all of this, and it includes a possibility that every living and passed on soul has a nature of spirit that we don't fully understand yet, but the kind of call we just had, the kind of report we just got, begins to take us down a path of understanding that may buck up against some of the mainstream thinking, if you can call ghosts and stories about ghosts mainstream at all ever. Probably not. I'm Art Bell, and this is Ghost to Ghost AM. Wanna take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye. A full moon, a blue moon, decorates our Halloween Ghost to Ghost program 2001. I'm Art Bell. In the nighttime, good evening, everybody. Ghost to Ghost continues right now with all of you. You'll convince yourselves before the evening's over. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, Art, I have a...
West of the Rockies, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. Okay, I've got to bleep out your last name. You're not allowed to give your last name. So you made me hit the button. Your first name is Burke, and you're in Washington, right?
That's right.
Okay, Burke, what's up?
Well, back in 1991, I was a student at the International Summer School in Oslo, Norway.
Uh-huh.
I was one of 60 students and 2 professors who took the long weekend trip from Oslo to Bergen and back.
Yes, sir.
And on the last leg of our trip, we stopped in a place called Lofarverka. That means the blue color works. It refers to the small glass blowing factory there?
Yes.
Well, we went into this Viking-style longhouse with picnic tables and sat down to eat dinner. Here we were in Norway, and what do you think they served us? Chili.
Reindeer?
No, chili.
Chili?
Yes.
Chili.
I couldn't believe it. The guy sitting across from me was from Texas. His name is Andrew.
I bet he could bleed.
Oh, yeah, he said something like, "Oh boy, chili, they knew I was coming."
Uh-huh.
Well, I didn't like chili. I just ate bread. It's nice dinner rolls for us. After we finished eating, Andrew picked up this sugar cube from a little bowl. He said, "You see this? I'm going to feed it to that goat out there."
Goat?
Goat, yes. There was a little barnyard with a little barn. I think it was a petting zoo.
Oh, yes. All right.
Well, anyway, I said to Andrew, "You can't do that. It says on the sign out there in Norwegian, English, and German, 'Please don't feed the animals.'"
Right.
He said, "Oh, yeah? Watch me."
I've known kids just like your brother.
What?
I've known kids just like your brother.
No, he's not my brother.
Oh, like this guy, anyway.
Yes, Andrew.
Andrew.
Yes, well, we walked outside. Andrew stepped over the 2-rail fence. He walked around the corner of the little barn. Then he came running back, climbed back over the fence, and said to me, "That goat was evil. It wanted to kill me." He looked around, and he said, "Hey, look at that mine over there. Let's explore it." And I said, "You got lost in that castle in Bergen. You have a bad sense of direction."
You're going to have to get to the point of the story.
Yes. We walked into this mine. He looked to the left, and he said, "Hi, how are you?" "Yeah! There's a human head in there."
A human head.
A human head. I looked, and there was.
A human head.
Yes, it had purple skin, no eyes, sunken cheeks, and brown, disheveled hair. When I saw that, I made a noise like, "Yeah!" and I turned away. When I looked back, it was gone.
The human head was gone.
It was gone, yes.
All right, I appreciate your call. Human head story. Purple skin, huh? Well, I haven't seen one of those. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm a retired police officer from the Midwest.
Yes, sir?
This happened about 15 years ago. This has bothered me ever since I went on this call. It was a domestic disturbance, disturbance non-domestic. When I arrived, a lady told me that there was some loud thumping going on in her condominium. She lived on the bottom floor of a 2-story condominium complex.
Right.
And she walked me to the center, and sure enough, here it sounded like somebody hitting the floor with a sledgehammer.
Hitting the floor?
Yes.
And she lived on the bottom floor?
She lived on the bottom floor, and it was just unbelievably loud. I said, "Well, we'll need to get the manager and go upstairs and see what's going on." She says, "Well, nobody lives there." I said, "All right, well, we'll still need to get the manager and see what the problem is." I ruled out water pipes because no water run through that area.
Sure.
The manager we finally got a hold of, this is 1 o'clock in the morning. We went inside, and she said, "What is the problem up here? I don't understand this." And I said, "Well, the loud thumping." And she says, "Well, no one's lived in here for about 6 weeks. This is where Colonel Wilson died."
Oh.
And I said, I had stepped it off from the front of her condominium to the point of the noise right above us.
So you were standing about where it would have come from?
Right, and I also stepped it off from the empty our condominium to the point where the noise would have come from.
Yes.
And the manager put her hands on either side of her face and said, "Oh my God, that's exactly where his head was laying when we found him."
Another human head story. Oh my God.
No, I mean, he had died of a heart attack. But
no, I understand.
Laying right there.
Yep.
And anyway, it was just really strange how everything coordinated and was exactly in a line right where he was lying.
Well, it's unusual, that a police officer would actually get to observe all of this. Usually it's all over by the time you're there on this kind of story.
I wrote it. I wrote it up.
Oh, you did?
And of course, I knew I'd be ridiculed for it also, but I wasn't. And I never heard a thing about it. But I said I heard the noise. It was loud, and it was very loud. Sounded like something 10 or 12 pounds being dropped right on the floor. And
well, let me ask you this. I have had endless emails from law officers all over the country about these kinds of things. Inevitably, of course, they don't want their names used. But a disproportionate number of people in law enforcement seem, to run into this now, or something like it. Really a lot of you.
We're normally the ones called on problems. That's why we hear about it more, I'm sure.
Makes sense.
But as actually being there, like you said, being there when it's happening was very strange. And that I've been retired a couple of years now, but Ed has bothered me ever since that call. And evidently this lady had moved not too long after that because the thumping just continued. Mm-hmm. I mean, I hit about 4 times and stopped. And she says this will do periodically throughout the night.
I'd move too.
I would have moved.
Thank you so much.
You better.
Take care. That suggests a spirit behind, a spirit left behind. And that brings up all kinds of questions about whether we're really conscious on the other side, and apparently we are. I think from everything I've heard, from all the investigations I've done into ghost phenomena, I would have to say I think we're probably conscious on the other side, although it seems fairly clear that an awful lot of the dead don't know they're dead. They simply don't know they have died. And that's interesting because you would think any attempted interaction of a consciousness on the other side would immediately notice, hey, something's wrong here. I'm passing through walls, people aren't hearing me, something. I'm dead. Or maybe it's not that easy. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, sir. How you doing tonight?
All right.
This is Dean calling from Tampa, Florida.
Yes, sir.
One thing I would like to say is I agree with you. I think we actually exist on many different levels, in fact, and even as in life and as we pass to death, I think in a sense, a lot of us in our sense of awareness, we tend to almost tune into that. I think we each get glimpses of it, but maybe not the full picture.
And maybe that's intended.
I think so, sir. I would like to actually give you just a moment of clarity here. After I'd actually met a young girl named Clarity in 1985, I had a couple after effects, actually. And I think there's a positive side to actual spirits that you might actually encounter, and I think in a sense it might actually be a protection in a sense. And I've seen this in children and things like that. I've heard stories about that. I had an experience. I was driving to Irving, Texas, in fact, on a major highway coming out of the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And I just bought a new car, driving down. It's about early 1986 as I'm just coming onto the highway. This rather large 1970 Cadillac, one of those old ones about 9 feet long, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, it kind of takes one of those, he decides he wants to take a right and go across 3 different lanes. Suddenly he just cuts right in front of me, and I start doing 360s on the highway, and this is right at rush hour
We're talking three-lane highway.
Right.
As I'm doing 360, sir, I'm starting to come up over on two wheels, and I start noticing, like, almost literally, as I look back on it, almost an angelic whirlwind of just, and I couldn't, it wasn't like people, but it was almost like a sense of protection, because I can almost remember how quiet it was. As I'm doing these 360s, going up on two wheels and watching people drive around me, yet not being touched. And the most amazing thing is after I crossed 4 lanes of traffic, I suddenly realized I'm going backwards. I look up, and in my rearview mirror, sir, somebody's sitting in my back seat.
Holy
sir.
smokes.
Well, number one, I was by myself. As I look back in front, I noticed all traffic is stopped, and I'm slamming on my brakes. I look up back again, in the midsection, the barrier between the actual two highways.
Right.
I'm coming upon that, and I'm doing about 40 backwards. As I'm looking up in the rearview mirror, well, whoever was sitting in my back seat, well, they're gone now. So, one, I'm appreciative of that because I didn't want to have to deal with that. But secondly, I'm watching the barrier and me coming up doing about 40. I stop within about 3 feet of it. Not a scratch on the car, nothing. I've completely stopped rush hour traffic in the middle of Dallas-Fort Worth. Everybody's literally walking out of their car, looking at me like I've just filmed some stunt movie.
And you were, no doubt, convinced you'd been saved by some sort of angelic presence.
Exactly, sir. And
All right. And to make it...
Yes, sir. To make it very quickly and short, 2 weeks later, I'm coming around on the left turn, and Irving texts me. Suddenly it's a rainy thing. All of a sudden, I start losing the grip of the car. I'm starting to go over a cliff. Suddenly, I stop. Sir, I got out of the car. I look around. There's handprints in the front of my car as the rain's dropping like that. You can literally see somebody tried to stop my car. There are people out there protecting us.
Shades of San Antonio, Texas. All right, well, that is interesting. Have you ever wondered when you see an accident that's so horrible, you know, a car is totaled, it's mushed, there's nothing, and somehow somebody came through it completely unscathed? It occurs. These things happen. And a lot of times you get stories like the one that man just told. No matter what chaos was around him at the moment, the instant all of this occurred, and it does occur, of course, basically in an instant. An accident like that, he kind of gave it to us in slow motion. It may well be that, and who knows why, but there may be some protection, and of course everybody would say, well then why doesn't everybody get protected? I don't know, they just don't. But something that through it all won't let you get touched no matter the mayhem all around you. You hear about these miracles, the seeming miracles all the time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. How are you this evening?
Okay.
All right. Well, this was about the middle of last July.
Where are you, sir?
This is David Christopher.
Dave?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And we were up camping in White Pines up at the northern end of Illinois.
Right.
And we had just finished a late dinner, and we were sitting around a roaring campfire, starting to get cool out. And we decided to do what most people do around a campfire, see if we could drum up a few ghost stories. Okay. So we're sitting around, and everybody's trying to think, and all of a sudden there's a rustling behind us in the dark, you know, the trees and such. And we look over, and out comes this little black cat.
Yes.
And you know how some cats are very socialized. They come by and they rub up against you. Okay, well, this little thing came and got up in between the people and the fire and started, as she walked by, she'd give you that little tail hug, like, you know.
All right, everyone. I want to get out of here.
So she's walking around, and people are just watching her walk and touch and walk and hug. And she gets around to these two girls that are just about the other side of the fire from me. And she does. She stops for a moment, and the girl who absolutely loves cats reaches over
and starts to give her a scritch on the back.
Right.
And the tail goes up, and all of a sudden the girl darts back screaming, turned completely white, and the girlfriend next to her does the same thing. As it turned out, when she had reached over to scritch the cat, she had actually gone through the cat.
Her hand went through.
Her hand went through the cat.
Through the cat.
After this cat had walked around half the people at the campfire, touching and hugging as she walked by, rubbing their leg, and everybody swears up and down they felt the cat.
Yes.
Felt the fur.
Yes.
And everybody starts looking around for the cat, and the cat's gone. All right, and there's nothing but like a wall of thicket and leaves back where the cat must have gone. Somebody picks up one of these Q-beams, goes back in the direction of where we thought the cat had gone, and there's nothing there.
That's fascinating.
So
puts her hand right through the